Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome to a beautiful sunny day here in Sebring as we kick off the 2023 Speed Tour. With me once again, as ever, smiling away, Ben Sissel. But I think we should be smiling. We're here at the home of where Trans Am began, and once again, Bumper Fields looking ahead to 2023.
Yeah, unbelievable. If you've been joining us on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, welcome. So excited to be back. It feels like we were just at your home Circuit of the Americas. It was a short off season. Back here at Sebring International Raceway, and we are going to start off with a banger. International GT celebrating 10 years. Another sold-out field. 59 cars are going to take the green. And, Jonathan, you love these GT cars, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Ken Fangler and his team have done a heck of a job over the years. And once again, Rounders surrounded at the moment by this amazing field of Porsches. We've got the Stuttgart Cup and the Maranello Cup. But don't forget, the Speed Tour also includes Trans Am, as I mentioned, SVRA, F4 and FR. So plenty to come as the season unfolds. We're going to all the iconic circuits as the season unfolds.
Nice. Well, Jonathan, I think you got to take off to get to the booth, right? I'm going to talk to Ken Fangler. But first, let me just make a reminder before you leave. Leave us comments. We are going to be up in the booth monitoring this. This is your chance to give us some insight if you've got some expertise in some of these cars in all of our groups. And it's your chance to yell at the commentators a little bit. I'm sure there's many times that you've wanted to say, oh, don't say that or do that. And we might start a war with you. Feel free to leave comments. But, Jonathan, hurry up on up to the booth.
Right.
I can't wait to join you up there. But Ken
Fangler,
join us up here real quick. And we're going to kind of walk through the group. But I've got to brag on my friend Ken Fangler, celebrating his 10-year anniversary. And, Ken, I got to say, I was with you at the beginning. It was rough the first 3 or 4 years. We were hoping for 6 or 8 cars. We've got some of those OGs with us today, but how does this feel? I mean, this is just monumental success in just such a short time.
Yeah, it's been an overnight success. It just wasn't last night, as we say, but it's been a wonderful thing. And this event, as the first of the year, this Speed Tour event, you have to look at it. I call it the SS event. Could be super sport, but I think it's a spectator smorgasbord. There is something for everyone here between Trans Am, SVRA, and, of course, our group, International GT, was my personal favorite.
Nice. And we were talking to the people watching this broadcast to leave us comments, rude or whatever. You're going to be up there in the booth with me. What are some of the things that we can be expecting from International GT? More sold-out fields at the most iconic tracks?
Well, certainly, we've got 11 races on the schedule. We go to Atlanta, Daytona, Mid-Ohio. This year, we're going to Sonoma and Laguna Seca. I'm old school, as you can tell. And, it would be Sears Point, really. But we're looking forward to going to California and expanding our schedule. And due to Tony Pirelli and Pirelli Holdings, we have this platform of the best racetracks at the best time of year.
Nice. And speaking of, we will be at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour with our very own International GT driver, Juan Gonzalez of Mission Foods. Ken, looking forward to a great year. I'm going to walk up and down the grid. Feel free to come over and give me insight if you'd like, but let's go up and down the grid, starting in the exhibition class. These two beautiful Audi R8s. They used to be rivals, and now they're teammates. And we've got cameras in one of them. So starting up here, Juan Lopez Santini. He had some problems here last year at Sebring. Both of these cars were brand new to both drivers. They had a little bit of a fire, both safely in pit lane. They've got them going, and look at those gloves. Juan Lopez Santini got my email to wear brightly colored gloves. I love that. And then I know a lot of people have been asking us about this, so let's give you some behind the scenes. Behind the scenes right here, we've got this live view box that is broadcasting through an HDMI cable through Geronimo Guzman's camera, and that is going to the Isle of Man that I'm talking to my producers. They're in my ears, probably yelling at me today. And that is how this is all happening. So he is one of our camera cars, Geronimo Guzman from Mexico. Really great driver. Then we've got Tom Pank here, second in the championship last year in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy Championship to his son Lucas. So that was really cool. Our Rookie of the Year, let's get some comments from Steven as he's getting in here. Steven, we'll let my camera, I'm already making our cameraman mad. We've been on the air for 3 minutes. You know, Steven Hammond, Rookie of the Year last year, sporting that Magnum PI stash. He's got his dad behind him in our other camera car, but how does it feel to be back with International GT and Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, I love this place. I love battling that guy right there in that orange car. Last year, it was just back and forth.
David Tuwadi is who he's talking about.
We don't need to mention his name. We'll see enough of that on the broadcast today.
Yeah, and if you were paying attention last year, they never got – this is probably the furthest they've ever been apart, even on the track. Yeah, you're getting roasted, Tuwadi. Oh, yeah. I love it. And that's what this is. International GT is all about the fun. But green flag drops, what's your strategy?
Just hang with Pank. Try and hang with the Audis as much as possible. Keep these two R's in front of that guy over there. And just have a good time.
Nice. I love it. And you see how he finishes with have a good time. That is the theme of International GT. Then we come up through here. We've got Dr. Reg Williams with Greystone Eye, one of our greatest racers. I'm so glad to see him here. He's usually with us at Road Atlanta, VIR, things like that. Hopefully he's doing the whole season. Then Tuwadi, your boy up there was talking smack. This is as far away as you guys have been ever. How's it feel?
It sucks to be behind him, I can tell you that, but you've seen for all last year, it doesn't last long. We've had amazing racing. Stephen Hammond is just fantastic to race against. He keeps me honest. It's been really wonderful. And we're here in between, GT3Rs with our 4 liters. 4 liter improved, correct, but still, it's just amazing to be around these cars. What a great freaking weekend. IGT rocks.
All right, so no offense, but you're kind of further back than I was thinking. Are you sandbagging? What's your strategy here?
No, not really sandbagging at all. It was really hard to put a lap down with so many cars on the track. I couldn't get a clean lap. I looked at my fastest lap on the data, and there was like 4 corners that I was held up by either a Cayman or me not, making the apex perfect. And my fastest lap was really ugly. So no, I'm gonna go get him.
Nice. I love it. So keep an eye out for this bright orange Miami flavored car here of David Tuwadi with TLM. Then as we come up, one of my favorite racers in the field, Juan Gonzalez. If you know anything about me, you know that my wife actually says, there's other food other than Mexican food. I love Mission Foods. I think about this man every Tuesday. One of the biggest, longest sponsors in International GT. Juan, here we are on the grid right outside of Mission Foods Turn 17. How does it feel to be in such a group? You've been here since the beginning, and when we were like maybe 6, 8, 10 cars. Now we're at almost 60 cars. That's got to feel good.
This is great that we have such a great field now, 60 cars in the last 2 years. We get to know each other. We try to race as competitive as we can. Okay, but this is a lot of fun to be here.
And you've got your son racing with you this weekend.
I got my son back. The last year he raced with us was 4 years ago. Then he's got he gave me a granddaughter, so now he's back in racing. Okay.
I love it. And then you're the reason we're going out to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and the Mission Foods Sonoma Speed Tour. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, this is great opportunity for IGT to go to the West Coast, and we can bring more crowd from there also, more Porsche fans.
Perfect. Well, good luck out there, Juan. I love it. And then we just got a whole field, like we were saying, of these GT3 Cup cars. So much fun to be out here. Marcus Vento there. And then We're having a little bit of camera problems here. You know, it is our first going, and I can never speak at the same audio level. So, Tony, our cameraman, I'm really sorry about that. I'm going to get better, though, but feel free to roast me online in the comments. Nathan Bird, running in just about everything last season, is in this GT3 Porsche Cup car here this weekend. Are you running the whole weekend in this, Nathan?
Oh, yeah. This weekend's going to be really, really fun. We're running this thing in 3 different classes. And it's going to be Group 10, IGT, and Trans Am, and an XGT class. So just looking to get as much seat time as possible in this thing, and hopefully start the weekend out with the win in this car.
Nice, I love it. So he's going to be running SVRA Group 10, International GT, and XGT in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Unbelievable from Nathan Bird. This is our other camera car here. James Hammond has our other camera car. This is a different car than I know him in. I'm not sure if it just got re-wrapped, re-liveried, or if this is a new car. Jeremy, is this a new car, or is this just the wrap? New car for James Hammond, so look for him to be moving up the field there. Unbelievable. These Porsche Cup cars, they're so pretty. Such great racing here. And let me explain something. So this is the Mission Foods Porsche GT3 Cup class. The 2 Audis up front are running exhibition. There's the Maranello Cup, which are our Ferraris. And then we've got the Stuttgart Cup, which are the Porsche Caymans. And I've got to highlight them. So, Tony, if we can make our way over here to the Stuttgart Cup Championship. That's the Caymans, like this car right here, of Jan Francis Formeda. Beautiful looking, like Red Bull Cayman in the Stuttgart. And these Caymans, actually International GT was started on the platform of these Caymans, and it seems like it just kind of ebb and flows. Then it went to the Porsche Cup cars, kind of started to dominate, but now I'm starting to see a resurgence of these Caymans, and there's a huge class as we look at that Norwood Auto Italia car of Colin Cohen in the Maranello Cup. But look at the livery, the Porsche livery, kind of like a tribute livery to the Porsches of old that would have raced here at the 12 Hours of Sebring years ago. I love these little nods to the homage and to the heritage of these cars. These Caymans, you can see here, that's the 3.8 class. There's a 4-liter class in the Caymans. So the Cayman group is really starting to heat up. We had a great championship battle between Maria Mejia and Joe Rizzo in the Caymans last year. And that pretty much does it. 59 cars. They're late to the grid, so International GT people, I'm going to have to yell at you. You got to be closer to the grid because Tom's pulling his hair out. But, Jonathan, I hope you've caught your breath. That's a long run up to the commentator's booth. I'm sending it back to you, Jonathan.
Perfect stuff, Ben. Yeah, not a problem. Oh, I've been doing fartlek and athletic Olympic training over the winter. I don't know why you'd think I'd be out of breath. I got this place down tap. Beautiful shot here of Sebring. It's very flat here in the middle of Florida. It's where all the fruit is grown, but of course this circuit, this name stands out. It's where Trans Am began back in 1966, the longest road running series in North America, and they'll be in action in TA2 coming up later. But we start our day with the IGT, and it's so big a grid that we have to split the 52 runners into 2 sections, or 2 split grids to start this race. That's how big a field this is, over 52 cars. And interestingly enough, you heard Ben mention there the Porsche and the Ferraris, the Stuttgart and the Maranello Cups. Well, yes, there is still an abundance of both, but it's interesting to see the Audi R8 have also stepped in here with their LMS GT3 car and have been the fastest men out there, with Juan Lopez Santini with a 202.987, the fastest man of the weekend so far. I love that Brummer's Porch, the number 58. And for those of you who know the Daytona 24 Hours, you'll have seen those famous Brumos colors many a time. And Mark Sandridge at the wheel of that number 58 at the moment. He currently in 21st position, and alongside him, not far away, the 188 of Thomas Ballester. And absolute perfect conditions here. We're used to a little bit of wind, but it's very still at the moment, very still. And The heat, though, is typically Floridan, and I know the rest of the country is suffering, and wherever you're tuning in around the world, I hope you've got decent weather, but I know that certainly in the west and north of the USA anyway, a lot of snow and heavy weather. Even in California today, well, we're California dreaming. We're heading to Sonoma later in the year, but for now, we chase the sun, if you will, as we are amongst the orange groves here in Florida. We'll be on board with several of the cars, and keep an eye on the onboard because you get a speed on the bottom right. You can see who's driving it. This is the Audi R8 of Guzman, the man Geronimo Guzman, who lines up with that Audi in second place. So 2 Audis at the front. He did a 2:04.9. You can also see in that top left the position he is on track, and that gives you a nice illustration as to whether he's coming into traffic or where he is on track, about to get on the main straight. And if he's looking for an overtake, you'll be able to, as you go on board with him, see exactly what he can see effectively. Such is the technology. We've got plenty more to tell you about that. We've got some new innovations this year. For those of you at the track, we've also got some simulators down in the Trans Am hauler, so feel free to head out and do a bit of that if you're here. But as you can see, they are getting out on track. Massive field heading out. And in a moment, I will hand over to both Ben and Ken Fengler, excuse me. There is a bit of wind, a little bit of breeze down there. It's funny because looking at the back of the circuit where the flags are, where these guys are heading out, there's a nice breeze, but looking out here on the front of pit road, the tree's not really moving, the flag's kind of not at half mast. Well, Honda Civic is out there as always. Honda have been a perennial follower of this sport and all of the Speed Tour. And of course we use Honda engines in the single-seaters, which will be coming up from NOLA in New Orleans in a couple of weeks' time. Those are the 2 Audis. We go on board with Geronimo Guzman in the second of the 2 big Audis, and you'll see I mentioned the bottom right and the top left. Well, don't forget also in the bottom left you'll be able to see him hands on the wheel working the car, and I like that combination because as you can see where he is on track, you can look to the bottom left and see just how bumpy this Sebring circuit is and just how much hard work each one of them is putting in here. Ben Sissel joins me here in the booth. In a moment, Ken Fengler will, I'm sure, be up here. But, Ben, I mean, you mentioned 10 years. It just goes from strength to strength, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's just crazy. This should be kind of like a study at business schools of how to just do things right, especially in motorsports, because to grow like this, and it doesn't seem like there's an end to it or a ceiling to this growth. It seems like it's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger. So if you're joining us on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, I'm going to be monitoring the comments there, but I'm going to go through this huge grid and field of cars as it looks like we're trying to make the pace car go super slow just so all the cars can get out to the grid and out to the field on time. So starting in first place, welcome back to the series, is Juan Lopez Santini in a 2016 Audi R8. Then Geronimo Guzman running an exhibition class, just like Juan Lopez Santini, 2015 Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. Tom Pank, last year's runner-up in his Porsche 4R 2013. Stephen Hammond, Rookie of the Year, just awarded last night in his GT4i. That I is improved as they come into the Bridge Hull Bennett turn 7. Porsche GT3, Bob Neopol in his 4R, starting 5th. In 6th is Reg Williams. Starting 7th is from Miami, David Tuati. Paul Reisman is starting 8th in his 2018. Juan Fan, last year's Maranello Cup champion, is actually moved back to Porsche in a GT3R Cup, starting 9th. Juan Gonzalez with Mission Foods rounds out the top 10. 2019 Porsche GT3R Cup car. Marcos Vento is 11th. Nathan Bird, who we talked to at the grid, is 12th. James Hammond, we've got a camera in him, is starting 13th. Jay Smith, 14th. David Harrington, 15th. Javier Ripoll is 16th. Scott Blind from St. Louis is 17th. Frank Vitiello is in his 2019 is 18th. Price Ford 19th, Juan Gonzalez Jr. 20th, so his dad's in 10th and he's in 20th. Welcome back Mark Sandridge in that beautiful Brumos Porsche. Jonathan, you were commenting on that. 2018 Porsche GT3R. Thomas Ballister, 2015 Porsche GT3 in 22nd. Charles Craig in 23rd. Christopher Lee 24th. Our GT3 Cup Mission Foods champion, Lucas Pank, all the way back at 25th in his 3.8 liter. Then our first Ferrari in Maranello Cup is Colin Cohen from Norwood Auto Italia out of Texas, starting 26th. Bob Weisen 27th. Bill Riddell 28th, our founder. Albert Lukasik 29th. John Reisman is 30th from Interlaken Inn all the way out at Lime Rock. Russell Wittenberg is 31st. Brad Blum 32nd. David Willens 33rd. I got to hurry. John DeAngelis, Tom McGlynn, Bill Aaron, Mark Matisse. And it's weird to see Mark Matisse starting far back. And then the rest of the names starting in 38th in the split is Stuttgart, Stephen Thomas, Mark Cook, J.F. Formella, Matt Jaffe, Tom Kopczynski, Al Lasorte, Kevin Maxim, Joe Morrow, Teddy Truchett, Zoe Barry, Formella, Joe Rizzo, our champion in the Stuttgart Cup, Rodrigo, Thomas Bigany, Ariel Offgang, and Larry Wexler. 52 cars, and Jonathan, I'm going to give it over to you for the start. This is a lot of cars.
Well, it's Audi versus Audi at the front with a host of Porsches and Ferraris right behind. Can they hold off the chasing pack, the R8s of Juan Lopez Santini and Geronimo Guzman? Well, in the words of Geronimo, let's get underway. Here we go. Sebring SpeedTour 2023 underway, and green flag waves. A wonderful shot there of a massive field of over 50 cars as they sprint into turn one, and a good clean start.
Another great, good, clean start, like you said there. Really great to see them as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 3. It looks like Juan Lopez Santini doesn't have his tires up to temperature. I saw a twitch there like we were talking about. There's 18 different tire patch surfaces here at Sebring International Raceway, and with cold tires it's going to be tough to go through as they go through this long turn 6 into the Bridge Hall Bennett section here at turn 7. Jonathan, what a sight.
Yeah, and already the Audi's starting to pull away as we go into the tight turn 7, and the Porsches have got their work cut out, and everybody jostling for position. These opening laps, Ben, are going to be so crucial, because what you don't want to do is get bogged down in slower traffic. You want to get some clean air as soon as possible with a massive field like that, as that Brumos Porsche in the number 58 just going through shot coming out of 7.
Yeah, what you're seeing there, it's so hard to get these to rotate. But here's the start of the Stuttgart Cup, Jonathan. Take it over.
Yep, here we go. And again, spreading out. 2 split grids, remember. This is 31 through 52. And away they go. A good start from the 113 of Russell Whitberg. And again, everybody jostling for position through. Nicely goes the 14. And another good, clean start. And as you can see, nice and split between the two groups. The first group now heading towards turn 17, and the first group heading through the Big Machine Spike Coolers turn 3.
And the reason the camera is so blurry, it is hot here.
Yeah.
And that's about 3/4 of a mile, that this long zoom that we're getting from the green light camera people here as they come around Mission Foods, turn 17. Juan Lopez Santini, Geronimo Guzman, Tom Pank, Stephen Hammond, and David Tuwadi coming right through there. There's Nathan Bird.
Tell you what, Tom Pank and Hammond need to get the hurry up on. They do not want to lose too much ground on those Audis early on. And if you look at the qualifying times, they were so much quicker, and it's going to be a real task if they don't get safety cars or there's some sort of situation that brings this field back together again.
Unbelievable. We're seeing some talent here from Nathan Bird like we saw all last year. I'm getting some comments here. Jose Ufe is saying, let's go Marcus Ventos. He's got three fire emojis, so I hope those are positive fire emojis.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you don't want to jinx them there.
No,
Jose.
we're fired up. Let's fired up emojis.
I love it. So leave us some comments here if you're watching. Where are you watching from? And look at these two teammates here.
I know,
Great
Linus
sight.
Stern. This is a real exhibition already by these two R8s. You know, back in the day when Audi brought this car out, they were such the mark, and everybody said, you know what, they finally got it just right, the right combination. You know, it was always hard to chase down the Ferrari 488 or the Porsche 911, but Audi came out with this R8 LMS at GT3 car, and from there on in, it just dominated both the world scene, IMSA, you name it, and it's just a great little car.
It really is, and it was really cool to see those shots from Geronimo Guzman go tequila car, camera car, as they go through the OMP section there. Look at this, we're back on board the Blackbird Modern Asian, Kodago Tequila, and Cooking with My Doctor. ARC Racing Team, these two gentlemen used to be harsh rivals, and then they said, well, let's start a racing team together, bought almost identical cars, and are out there just having a blast. I'm not sure if there's anybody other than maybe Tom Pank or Mark Sandridge having more fun than these two right here as they come into Mission Foods Turn 17. What a sight to see.
James Hammond, remember the two Hammonds involved in this, so you've got one in 4th and one in 13th position at the moment.
Stephen Hammond giving it to Tom Pank as we see Reg Williams behind David Tuwati there. And a long field coming up into that Mission Foods Turn 17. As Tom Pank goes a little bit wide, Stephen Hammond a little bit wider. If he can get that little draft behind Pank, let's see what he's got. We talked to him at the grid and see if he's got anything for Pank.
Yeah, this is good racing between these two, and they've raced each other for many a year in this IGT Championship. Got a great illustration of the bumps here at Sebring. So easy to unsettle the car, especially going into a braking zone. And one coming up, of course, at turn 7 by the hotel. But that's the nature of this Sebring circuit, so made famous by the 12 Hours, of course, coming up in March.
And these two, you could have thrown a blanket over them this whole season so far. So if you're watching this, please tell us, who are you rooting for? What cars are your favorites? So great to have you here. Oh, my friend Mark Dill has joined us from Cary, North Carolina. Welcome, Mark Dill, Racer Magazine, great columnist there. As we look at this, is turn 10. You know, you won't see a lot of passing there, but if you remember TA2 a couple years ago, Thomas Merrill and Mike Skeen seemed to make it happen. And Juan Lopez Santini is just hitting all of his marks here. Unbelievable driving. He's already coming up onto lap traffic.
Well, you mentioned those two. They'll be back in action, both of them, for Trans Am TA2 later today. So watch out for two of the great experts of the Sebring circuit on track later today.
So if I told you somebody was watching with the name Dubstep Kush,
I'd have no idea.
Obviously, what country would you say that they're from?
Dubstep Kush. Sounds like I've seen.
Yeah.
Jamaica.
Oh, Jamaica, man. Welcome from Jamaica. We've got Germany, New York, and there's lots of German cars out there. So Germany's pretty happy here, and we've got Chicago and Michigan and Daytona Beach. Thanks so much for joining us. And if you want to yell at the commentators, this is your chance. Please tell us what we're getting wrong. And if you have some insight for these cars or drivers, please inform us. The more information, the better. And there's David Tuwati trying to keep Reg Williams right behind him.
Yeah, look at the gap they've pulled away. There's some Hammond and Tuwati, some 8 seconds, off Guzman and Santini, who are pulling away at the front. Officially 6.9, but it's gone up now. It has 8.7 now. The gap, as you see there on your graphic on the top left. After 3 laps of 10, we're now on the 4th of 10 laps.
Look at how close they're running. Like you said, I like what you pointed out, the bumps here. That was Hendricks Airfield there that we were just on, where all the B-17s go into the European theater in World War II. Saved your British butts. And that was their airport. That was their runway. And then they made that into Sebring, and that's just so cool.
And we thank you for saving our British butts.
Yeah. See, and we're talking here now in English.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yes.
Sorry, Germany. And here they come, David Tuwati into the Bridge Hall Bennett, turn 7 with Reg Williams right behind him. Reg Williams, a really good driver. This corner is basically designed to destroy cars. It is so hard to get onto the brakes and get the car to rotate there. And these GT3 Cup cars, if you can get it to rotate there, you can get about 2 to 3/10 of a second advantage on somebody that can't quite find that rotation.
You know, one factor that's going to happen here, such are the speed of the leaders. They're already starting to get into traffic now. And they've really got to, this is going to be a crucial time for these two Audis out front. They've got to race each other, but they've also got to be aware of how they kind of pick their spots to make overtakes, to use their strategy, and to make sure that people see them. And that if they're going to do something, they do it decisively.
Yeah, exactly right. And it is like they said on the grid, they have so much fun. There's so much camaraderie. But this group is so competitive. And I got to give a shot. We just got the first shot that I've seen of the new paving there around the flagpole. every year we come to Sebring, they make improvements, and I got to give it up for Wayne and his team. Sebring is always at the top of the list for our drivers as Stephen Hammond comes up right behind Tom Pank.
Yeah, Hammond's been right there, hasn't he? But hasn't made a move yet. Maybe he's just biding his time when we get to the halfway point. They come out of the last corner here. And you can see that Hammond definitely looks by the body language of the car and how wide he went there, as though he might be making a move. Could be here at turn 1. Is this the time for Hammond? Whoa! Ho, ho. Well, he thought about it, didn't he?
Yeah, and I got to say, Thomas Pank, you know, he's one of our great drivers. Second, he will give you an inch, but he will not give you an inch and a half.
Right. Good racing already in this one. But the gap now to this battle between Pank and Hammond up to 13 seconds now. The Audi's killing it at the moment.
I'm getting some complaints from Flying Arts, vintage cars, question marks. Now, the vintage cars are coming up next in SVRA. This is International GT. As Stephen Hammond looks inside, we've got people joining us from Sri Lanka. More Marcus Ventos fans. William Curlier is helping everybody out, telling them they can watch the live timing and scoring on Race Monitor. But so much fun here, and how these cup cars...
Here he comes.
Yeah, keep going, Jonathan, sorry.
I was about to say, here they come into 30. Oh, he thought about it again. Pank still defending very well in the back end of the circuit, but the drone just gave us a great illustration of this battle as one car slowing down there. Looks as though he's actually just letting traffic pass. But that battle is heating up nicely. Pank and Hammond, we saw it from above a moment ago.
See that Stuttgart car just trying to find a break in the fence that he can get behind. We really appreciate that. David Tuati and Reg Williams, if he can get behind that orange barrier there, that was so nice of him to do that. We really appreciate that. That means we can stay full course green, and that's what we want, isn't it, Jonathan?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's the big fear for those out front, is that they don't want a caution to basically crunch everything up together again. Over 50 cars, remember, so even though Sebring is a pretty long circuit, it soon gets tight with that many cars out here. Over the halfway point now, 6 off the 10 gone.
And what a great way to start. 52 cars taking the green flag. We've been green flagged this whole time as we see Tom Pank now making a gap. Now that they're coming up to this lap traffic, they've got to really calculate where they're going to make these passes as they go over the respect the bumps of Sebring International Raceway. And look at the fans on that new bleacher section. Like we were saying, constantly making improvements here. So Wayne and his team, unbelievable here at Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, I'm also looking out of the commentary booth and seeing the cars and coffee display going on, and everybody getting amongst beautiful historic cars. If our YouTube fans were worried, we got plenty of historic cars coming your way.
Yeah, if you like cars, you're going to love watching this weekend. We're going to have something here for you as we've got this combination of Stuttgart cars coming in. David Tuati on the inside, giving it to one of them, and then the RS1 car has to stop at the back. And a lot of this, sometimes these cars like this can use that as a pick and roll on some of their competitions. And it's really fun to see that happening here. Lots of Marcus Ventos fans joining us here live, and elbows out Tom Panks from Spike, and Tom Panks' elbows are always out.
Well, Marcus Vento is currently in 10th position, chasing down Scott Blind and Juan Fea in 8th position. In 7th near pole, then Reg Williams still 6th, and then this battle between Tuati, Hammond and Pank, 3rd, 4th and 5th place. But now it's starting to get a little bit more serious, because everybody now is dealing with overtaking at pretty much 3 or 4 times a lap, and that really does absolutely get the mind. This is more like the 12 hours now, where you're always in traffic, you're always doing an overtake, trying to look at the mirrors, but also trying to go forward. Back with the Audis now, back on board with Guzman.
Look at how close he got to the wall there at Mission Foods 17, and now there's a little bit of a gap here. Juan Lopez Santini and Geronimo Guzman, and look at these beautiful cars. So happy to have them back. I kept up with them at the Classic 24 at Daytona, and look at him hitting all of his marks as he comes through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 3 in a really scary part. They're trying to set up the speed, late apex here through the tunnel, and we have Ken Fangler joining us. Ken Fangler, happy 10-year anniversary. This has got to feel good.
Yeah, I was happy with my first 10-year anniversary at home, and I'm happy with this one also.
So, Ken, we had a question here, and I couldn't figure it out. Michael Ryder is asking us, what's the difference between these cars and the IMSA GTD cars?
Well, I'm not the technical person. As you can tell, I'm a marketing guy. Okay, but there is, we have cars that come from all different other sanctioning bodies. So we've had current GTD cars. There's not that much difference. Sometimes in a GTD, they're restricted or dumbed down a little bit, so we may or may not allow that. The thing when the cars, they come to us, they have to declare what sanctioning body and rule they fit to, so we can kind of categorize them or make an adjustment. I mean, we have more guidelines than we have rules, so to speak. But
and that's something we need to clear up, because I've got 68 TOS is asking, and there is no balanced BOP with you guys. You have different classes, and that makes it really fun, because none of these cars are restricted like they are in some of the other classes. It's just races within a race, which makes for some really fun racing, but also still very close racing.
Well, we actually, Ben, I think about it, and we do have a BOP. It's called driver talent and ability, okay? That's where the balance comes in. And you see that. That's throughout sports car racing, no matter if it's a professional, and we don't claim to be professional. Our mantra is sportsman racing on a professional platform, but the racing is sportsman racing, and as I said, the abilities between the different drivers is varying, just like it is in all series.
And we've got some great comments. Our friend John McCormick. John, sorry you're not here this weekend, but great that you've joined us. I love it. We've got Cannon Beach, Oregon. We've got Sri Lanka visiting us. So it truly is International GT. Germany. I've already roasted Germany. I'm sure that I've made some Porsche Audi fans mad.
You heard Derek's comments last night. He insulted every European nation. Yeah, there was nobody who was,
And what's your affiliation with Derek Bell? Because how special is that?
Well, it's been a friendship of more than 40 years. And we met at a race in California through a mutual friend in 1983. And we had dinner together through this mutual friend, and we started talking, and Derek at that time was not that enthusiastic about the gray, dismal England winters, and I said, well, come to Florida. And so he actually took me up on the offer, and of course that was in '83 when the Miami Grand Prix was starting, West Palm was on, IMSA was on a roll, and with, I think there was 4 or 5 Florida races. We did 2 Daytona races that year. So Florida was a good place to be, and he continued. We set up a friendship, and then shortly after, a business partnership. We became partners in Derek Bell Motorsports, which we had some people who actually been to programs we ran in 1988, and it was a Porsche sanction. It was the first actual Porsche factory sanctioned driving program. It was called the Porsche Precision Driving School at Derek Bell. We went off. We did 14 different racetracks in 1 year and 3 days in each place, and that was the beginning of a friendship and a partnership, and we've continued on ever since. We've done a lot of things together, and as a favor, I said, hey, I'm going to make you you already have an MBE awarded by the Queen, okay, but I'm going to give you one better. You're going to be the brand ambassador for International GT. How special is that? So I called in on his duties, and that's why he showed up last night.
Yeah, and how cool is that to have such a legend that, like you said, has raced in both Porsche and Ferraris. And unbelievable as we come into 9 of 10 laps here. So much fun to watch. This battle right here, Stephen Hamm and Thomas Pank, it's neat to see because it looks like Tom Pank has an advantage at some places. They come around Mission Foods turn 17, and Stephen has an advantage at other places. And that's kind of the fun of watching these international GT races. You can see the big bumps here as they come around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1 to turn 3. So much fun. We've got Alberta, Canada watching right here with Dennis N. And look at those new bleachers. Wayne and his team at Sebring are always adding new features for the fans. And if you haven't been to the 12 Hours of Sebring, mark that in your calendar. Just such a fun event.
But what a great warm-up this is. And I have to thank Pirelli Holdings and Tony Motorsport, your staff, and Greenlight, and everybody, because this is an amazing, this was the final piece of the puzzle for me as far as marketing and, getting the word out of what the racing has. I mean, we're thrilled and tickled to death that at this level of racing, we're able to broadcast to the world and repeatedly. You can queue it up later on and watch it. that you don't have to be in front of the TV at 7 a.m. to watch that F1 race stuff, on a Sunday, but you can do it at your leisure. And I'm so excited to have this, technology and coverage. It's just wonderful. It's something I honestly couldn't have thought possible even 10 years ago.
We have Josh's World watching from Blaine, Missouri, the stool capital of the world. So, Josh, welcome to the broadcast as we look at David Tuwati coming around this tower turn. We don't get to often see down on these cars like this, and these Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they just seem to rotate better some of the other cars I see out there.
Well, certainly between the 911s, you have a different chassis setup between 911 base cars and the Caymans, and then you get to a mid-engine Audi, and you see the slight advantage that they have. Just the package of being a mid-engine car and the physics gives it an easier car to drive.
And look at the onboards here with Geronimo Guzman, one of the greatest names in racing. These two ARC Racing team members, and we haven't seen the in-car from James Hammond, so I have to apologize. I was the one hooking those up, and I'm sure it's my fault. So I apologize to everybody and to the Hammond family and TLM that I'm sure I hit a wrong button, and I'm sure I'm being cussed at right now by our directors in the Isle of Man, so I apologize for that, but we're getting some great shots nonetheless.
Well, Ben, you have the chance to redeem yourself because we'll have our second race at 3 o'clock, so you got some hours to figure it out.
I hope so, but I can get things wrong many times in a row.
Oh, yeah, more than once? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well.
And you can see him coming into turn 10. Don't get side by side. That's the leader. Obey those blue flags. Getting some great drone shots. See the new paving around the flagpole there?
Yeah.
Just so many improvements year after year. And that's Juan Gonzalez Jr. That looks like he looped it there. Looks like a single car incident. And hopefully he can get fired back up.
Facing the wrong direction he is.
And what a great start, Ken.
Yeah, well, don't jinx us, Ben.
Yeah,
but,
sorry.
I'm
commentator's
I'm
curse
always
here.
a bit anxious about just getting underway, and we can say it many times of what we're looking and what the drivers expect. And they all know they're very successful drivers and usually business people and very successful in their profession.
All right, well, here we come up through Mission Foods turn 17. The teammates are now a lot closer due to lap traffic. It looks like Geronimo Guzman is trying to take the outside, possibly. He's got 1/2 more corner. Who can get onto the power faster? Looks like Juan Lopez Santini with ARC Racing is going to take the checkered flag. So we see the checkered flag wave, but if there's a PR team for ARC Racing, they're so happy to get him crossing 1-2 here with International GT. Flashing of the headlights there. Really good friends that come around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1.
Congratulations to them. They were at this exact time last year. They bought those cars. They brought them out, and they had a disastrous first start with both cars catching fire, catching light. It took this long to get parts and all the technology involved, and 901 Shop got it done. So congratulations to them.
Steve Hammond over Tom Pank.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Last minute pass there. Steve Hammond, our International GT Rookie of the Year, showing one of our veterans some stuff there.
Yeah, the rookie did it. Yeah, and I think he learned that from all his battles with David Twatty. He knows, we saw that from Road Atlanta last year as they went back and forth, and David was pulled it on Steven last year, last lap pass. He said, I'm going to remember how to do that, and he got it done.
Unbelievable. We've got fans watching from Croatia. Somebody saying they couldn't make it to this race this year, but they're looking forward to Super Sebring. And Super Sebring, always fun. You've got to come to the 12 Hours of Sebring. Super Sebring just coming up in a few weeks. Tickets are still available. Go to the Sebring website. But thank you so much for joining us here on Speed Tour TV at the Sebring Speed Tour. So excited to start the 2023 season. Ken, I know you need to go down and make a celebration at Winter Circle and thank some of the best sponsors in motorsports.
Yeah, we really very fortunate to have Mission Foods and Pirelli as our marketing partners. Our new sponsors who we gave away last night, trip to San Jose, Costa Rica. The Reynau Group donating that. Fantastic weekend on that. And Detroit Watch, we were so proud recipients of the last year's championship, won Gulf Le Mans watches. So we've got some great new sponsors.
Great to have them. So there is our standings there in exhibition class. Juan Lopez Santini and you're fully aware that you're going to have to start making an Audi class, because we build that by maybe 3 or 4 more Audis. There's probably going to be an Audi class. So if you've got an Audi R8, join us at International GT. Second place, Geronimo Guzman overall. Then first place, Porsche GT3 Cup, the Mission Foods Porsche GT3 Cup, is Stephen Hammond, followed by Tom Pank, followed by David Tuati. Reg Williams, so great to have him back. Dave Neopol, 7th. Juan Fayan, now in a Porsche. Our Maranello Cup champion has switched to Porsche. 8th. Scott Blind from St. Louis is 9th, but I think first in class possibly, in the 4-liter class.
Yep.
And Marcos Vento rounds out our top 10. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. That does it here for International GT, but stay here at Speed Tour TV. We've got a lot of great racing coming up and a huge field of TA2 cars with what I cannot believe I get to say. We've got probably the biggest legend in American motorsports, Richard Petty, our Grand Marshal. He's going to be joining us at that fan walk. So if you're in the area, you need to come out here to the Sebring Speed Tour, get Richard Petty's autograph. We've got almost 400 cars in our Haggerty Cars and Caffeine car show over here, and Richard Petty as the Grand Marshal. Why would you miss it? So make sure you stay tuned here as we go to our commercial break, and you can see great shots there of our grid.
Okay, so pretend this is your car, and say you have an accident. Ouch. At least your insurance will pay for another one. Right? Well, maybe not so much. If you have a standard policy, they get to decide what your car was worth, which could mean trouble. I mean, who wants 3/4 of a car? At Haggerty, we agree on a value up front and then pay that amount, guaranteed. That's because we want you to end up with a whole car. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hey everyone, welcome to a brand new season of Trans Am. It's 2023 and we're back where it all started, at Sebring. This championship goes all the way back to 1966 and it's the longest road running championship in America. I'm Jonathan Green, alongside me Scott Goodyear. We are celebrating. Why? Well, look behind me, look that way, look all over Sebring and you will see cars. 44 cars ready for the 2023 season. But Scott, before we get to that, I think the reason why we've got such a great crowd here and we've got such a great field here is last year was impressive. It went all the way to Kota and Rafa Matos thought he'd won the championship and it went down to a tiebreak.
How many times does a driver go into last race leading the championship with a reasonable lead and not come out the victory? You know, I think back to the IndyCar season that I used to cover. It was back in 2015. Scott Dixon over Montoya. It was a tiebreaker there also, 3 wins to 2, and this is the same sort of scenario. To win it on a tiebreaker, it sort of makes you feel weird maybe at the time, but you're still the champion.
It was absolute heartbreak for Rafa Matos. At the end, it was a radiator that finally pulled him in, and Merrill couldn't believe his luck. In fact, when he got out of the car, he still didn't know he'd won, and he only won on the number of wins, 3 to Rafa Matos's 2. The good news for you, the fans, and for us watching it, is that they're right here again. Thomas Merrill just behind me, and Rafa Matos looking for that title, and there's got to be some niggle there. Thomas wants to go all out for the title, and Rafa wants to win it back.
You know, I spoke to Rafa last night. He said, you know, I sort of went into this thought process where I didn't win it, but I got to start thinking about next year. He went back to Brazil and he said, I trained. It's 90 degrees here today. Maybe that will work for him today.
Scott, as you remember, you know the young guns. We had 20,000 up for grabs last year, and we had so many great youngsters, rookies and young guns, all going for that money under 25, and they're back again, a lot of them, but also some new faces. But the one I'm looking at, of course, is the one right here, Brent Cruz. He was a sensation last year, and I believe there's others going to do the same.
You know, and his name was touched to maybe coming into F4 this coming year, and a lot of teams called me and go, is this guy coming? He's known as a fast driver, probably both not only in stock cars and Trans Am cars, but also probably in single-seaters.
Well, one of those youngsters, of course, Connor Mosack, 6 pole positions last year, and he's done it again here at Sebring. Let's talk to our Motel pole winner, who's with Ben Sissel. But first, let's take a short break, and we'll be back with all the action from Sebring in a moment.
superior. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
1, 2, hey, hey. Hey, hey, check, check, 1, 2.
Don't start.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Connor Mosack. And first of all, kind of starting where you left off last year, we got to get a shot of this. Our Motul Pole Award winner. So proud of Connor Mosack. So many great things. Connor, you've been with us for about 2.5 seasons, and I've never seen somebody improve so fast. It's so cool to see. So you're doing kind of a limited series in TA2 because you've basically kicked so much butt here. You're moving on to something else. Tell us what you're doing now.
Well, thanks, Ben. Yeah, wish we had won some more races while we were here, but we've definitely had good speed, and it's earned me a good opportunity in the NASCAR Xfinity Series this year, so I'm really excited about that. But happy I could come here for Sebring to start off the year with these guys. I love running these cars. Wish I could run some more this year, but hopefully we'll be back for one. But we have a good open ice car here. My Scott Legacy Racing guys did a great job in one race cars. Really fast qualifying yesterday. Hopefully we made the right adjustments for the race today to pay off in the long run, but we'll see what happens.
So all of our Trans Am TA2 fans of Connor Mosack, how can they follow you next year? What teams will you be with?
I'll be primarily with Sam Hunt Racing in the Xfinity Series, running the number 24 car, and I'll be with Joe Gibbs Racing for a few races as well, and also Joe Gibbs Racing in the ARCA Series, so it'll be a pretty busy schedule.
Nice. I love it. And I got to say to Scott Goodyear, who's also in a series like this, there's nothing we want more for guys that just really, really deserve these moves. And really, my goal is that Connor Mosack gets so big he never returns my calls or texts again. Hey, I love you, dude. Seriously, so proud of you. So.
The next generation of communication is here with Allgram, the decentralized all-in-one communication platform. Your unique digital ID is hosted on the blockchain for the most secure peer-to-peer communication experience in the world. Chat, voice call, and video call seamlessly, triple encrypted, and decentralized. That means you're protected. We can't share, sell, or use your data in any way. Nobody is accessing your data, and Allgram validates every user on the blockchain. Plus, the app just works really well. Schedule calls and meetings, or create private or public clubs to use however you want. This is Allgram. Simplified, secure communication. Your data is yours.
A force of nature? Man, that's good water. I feel like Chuck Norris. Sea Force water is a force of nature. What can it do for you?
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It's an absolutely glorious day here, and you can see from the puffy clouds there's really no extra wind that we often get here at this old famous World War II airfield. We are 11 minutes from our start of the 2023 season. And as we said at the beginning there, really looking forward to this season because it's such a huge grid, and if last year's anything to go by, it should be a cracker. Let's head down to Ben, who is in pit lane. Ben, down to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so excited to be here at the Sebring SpeedTour, where Trans Am started, and I'm going to be talking to Marvin Gray for the invocation. One of the biggest Trans Am fans, keeps us grounded here. Praise for each of the drivers. Marvin, take the mic and take it away.
Let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for the opportunity to be here together for the Trans Am New Year. We thank you that we're back to see our friends and see our competitors and enjoy racing. We pray your protection on the drivers, the crew, the officials, the workers, the fans, the suppliers, all those who are a part of this event. And Lord, we ask now that you be with those troops and safety forces who protect us. Please protect them. And Lord, we pray for an end to the war and be with those who are recovering from disasters. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Marvin Gray, thank you so much. And then coming up to sing the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll remove your hats, Matt Christian with the national anthem. Matt, take the mic from me and take it away, sir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets they glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow, Matt Christian, ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. Now you can see this, I'm a little nervous because, ladies and gentlemen, if there was a Mount Rushmore for American race car drivers, this would be on the top of the list. Come here, Mr. Richard Petty, our Grand Marshal here at the Sebring SpeedTour. His grandson, Thad Moffitt, is racing with us this weekend. And what number is Thad Moffitt?
43.
Number 43, Thad Moffitt, ladies and gentlemen. First time with us in the series. I see Wayne over there with Sebring International Raceway, having Richard Petty here at the Sebring SpeedTour. Biggest honor of my life, seriously. How's it feel for you? You were there at the beginning of Trans Am, and man, has it grown.
Yeah, I ran one Trans Am back in 1965, I think. Ran off the track after 7 laps. So that was my history. But I've never had a chance to come here before, so very, very impressed.
Nice. Very impressed, he says. Well, Richard, I know you've heard this, but this is your chance to give the most famous words in motorsports. Our 200-time NASCAR winner, 7-time champion, correct? Deliver us and start these things, Mr. Richard Petty.
Drivers, start your engines. All right.
So as you can see, we'll be on board with the likes of Nathan Hearn, and if you haven't heard that name, well, he was with us at COTA, and he is the current Australian TA2 champion, and just 20 years of age, young Nathan coming into the title chase for the first time. He's won twice, actually, in Australia in TA2. He's also the current Tasman 5000 champion, and so we are expecting big things from Nathan Hearn, and he impressed last time out in his one run at COTA by taking 4th place in a one-off run. We'll also be on board with Mike Skeen. We know how good he is here at Sebring. Years of coming here for Trans Am and years of coming here for IMSA and winning, full stop. 6 minutes to go, and as you can see, there's a buzz of anticipation. That was Michelle Abate, who is nodding. The girl from Las Vegas, she's excited about the year ahead, and why not? They've got Formula One coming into her own backyard this year. We'll also be on board with Boris Said Jr. What a moment, and Scott Goodyear, as somebody who's had a son go racing and been around this sport for so long, what a moment this is for Boris Said, watching on the sidelines as he goes racing tomorrow, watching his kid.
You know, how proud of a moment, as you mentioned, but a lot of pressure on the junior drivers. I think back to the IndyCar series that I was around, the Andretti's and everybody like that have a famous name. And Boris Said Jr. right now is going to feel a little pressure to make sure he does a good rehearsal.
So we have been talking about Sebring and the history, but let's talk about the track itself. Scott, it's one of those enigmas, I think, this Sebring track. It hasn't changed since it was an airfield. It's got so much history because of its 12 hours and because of its Trans Am. Like we said, Trans Am started here, and you just heard Richard Petty talk about that. But talk about some of the nuances as we go round it and look at this track. What is it that strikes you as being important here?
I know, I talk to anybody that comes here for the very first time, and they say, I can't believe how bumpy that circuit is. Some people want to see it repaved. I will tell you that the good drivers love the circuit because it's bumpy, because it makes you understand how to make the car work well. Now on the start, turn 1's going to be an issue, turn 7's going to be an issue, and turn 17, where we're headed to right now, going right down to the hairpin turn, that's another one that's going to be a hot moment around the racetrack.
Yep, Sunset Bend definitely has caught out guys, but there's also possibilities of winning the race on the very last lap, as we've seen here in Trans Am over the years. We've got several newcomers, we've got several guys who have all been winners here. Austin Green will be on board with him. He's an interesting story. He's another youngster going for the young guns, comes from a racing family. His father was an Xfinity driver, much success back in the 90s, but Austin kind of bumped onto the Trans Am scene last year and has now got this three-dimensional services ride up against the likes of Skeen and Rafa Matos, and he's put it 3rd on the grid. So this is a kid, but boy, he's a serious kid as we go on board with the 2-time champion Rafa Matos, and almost 3, but Rafa coming back for more this year. So, previous winners, as you saw last year, Rafa Matos, defending champion and lap record holder. Thomas Merrill, the current champion, last won in this race in 21. Mike Skeen, as I mentioned, he's won it. Rafa won it in 219. Mark Miller, funnily enough, won it in 218. And Dylan McAvern, who's not on that list, but he's also out there, won this race in 2017 from the pole. So Dylan McAvern, definitely one to watch. McAvern starting not quite at the sharp end, but not far away, and we expect with this massive field. Well, you tell me, Scott, how do you see a 100-mile race with this many cars at this circuit panning out? Well, I think it should be a sprint race, but will it?
Well, I think it's going to be a couple of sprint races in here because there's definitely going to be some yellows. And when I spoke to Rafa Matos last night, he said, you know something, this place, we know we're going to have yellows. You got to save the tires. So when you think about what's going to happen here today, over 90 degrees, and we had 75 degrees here just last year.
Yeah, looking at last year, Rafa Matos won the race, and it was a three-dimensional services 1-2. Skeen took 2nd, with Merrill 3rd. Cameron Lawrence not here today, but he was 4th. Scott Borchetta had one of his best finishes. He was 5th here last year, Evan Slater. Tyler Casera not in the race. We might hear from him later in the day. Was 7th overall. Doug Peterson 8th. But let's turn to today. We talked about Brent Cruz, but there's so many. You know, we've mentioned Richard Petty, his grandson. Thad Moffitt is out there in the famous 43. I wonder what the Thanksgiving dinner was like between the Pettys when they said, hey, Richard, how about we run the 43 with your grandson? I know as a former racing driver yourself, you probably have gone, how good is he?
Can you imagine? We talked about a little bit of pressure all the time about some of these drivers. There's absolutely the pressure is going to happen for that young man. especially not only just a legendary race car driver, he's the king.
Yeah, no kidding. 7 times a NASCAR champion. Boris said, Jr., what a moment for him. We were talking to his dad yesterday, and he said, boy, is he in the deep end. He can look at the best data in the world. And Boris actually said something I thought was interesting. He said he kind of confided in you. It took him 20 years to get to a factory team almost. None of them are factory teams, but this is about as close as we get with three-dimensional services.
It really is, you know, and he's underneath a 4 race rehearsal right now, so his dad said to him, all you need to do is finish all the laps, keep clean, do not go off the racetrack, and make sure you're not costing them money. And that's really what they want to see out of a new young driver, because if you go and stuff it against the wall, the end result is that the car's not running, costing the team a lot of money. They'll find somebody else.
Well, Boris said Jr. did good. He is 12th on the grid in this grid of 44 cars, so he has impressed already. We're starting to get up to temperature, up to speed as the pace car rolls around. And we're on board with Rafa here, looking for a big start. 12th place for Boris said Jr. One thing he did admit is that at night, at least, the kid is asking for help from Dad. We mentioned Boris said Senior. For those who know you're racing, he's still racing. Says he's retired, but of course he'll be in TA tomorrow afternoon, so you don't want to miss that one. Once again, in a Poncho Weaver prepared car, as always. We look high and above this beautiful Sebring track. And Mike Skeen, incidentally, did not qualify where you'd expect the guy who was on the podium here and second this time last year to be. And the reason being, he came in at the last moment. Doug Peterson had a driver ready to go, but decided in the end that he's just going to wait and bide his time. Sebring, first round of the season, this bigger field. Let's bring in Mike Skeen and see what we can do, put some points on the board. Same has happened with Andretti. He's come in for Masood in TA tomorrow. So there's a few changes, and we'll get through the runners and riders as we go through this 100-mile race. How much difference will the temperature make? You mentioned 75 last year, a little bit cooler.
Well, you know, when you and I were out just down there just doing the opening, we could actually feel the heat. We were standing outside there just for a couple of minutes. Now, all these drivers have cool suits and ventilated helmets, but I can certainly tell you that there's going to be a lot of fatigue here inside the car. And just watch for that about halfway through or maybe 3/4 of the way through. The good drivers who have had a lot of great training going on and ready for this, they're going to be able to get through the event without making any errors.
The start is always important, but you were talking to Rafa about tyres, because it's one thing to get a good start, it's another to keep the tyres underneath you for the whole race.
It really is, and there again, you know there's going to be yellows, you know it's going to all pack up. So the whole thing that you actually have to make sure you do is have a car underneath you at the end of the race in case you have a yellow and it goes green. You need tires underneath you, and you need a driver that's ready to go.
So we are ready to go, and as you can see, the field. Thomas Merrill, 4th on the grid there in the all blue and white. There's a few colour changes as well. Adrian Lostowski keeps with his Hawk red and white, though. He's made those colours infamous over the last couple of years and has been now, his third year now in TA, and we wish him well. Lostowski, definitely one of the favourites. Doesn't look as though the number 25 has pulled into the pits and doesn't look as though he will get underway. And I'm just looking down my list, it's a massive list. Who's on 25 there? That would be. We'll get to that in a moment. So that's Chris Durbin. What a shame, the man from Virginia, West Virginia, Chris Durbin, pulling in there in the number 25. But let's get back to the action. Now it's the time to get ready to go. Do you have a game plan, or do you just go when the lights go?
Well, I think all these young guns are going to go because that's what they're used to doing. All the veterans are going to turn around, save their tires, and sit back and think, we got to have something ready for the end of the day.
I know. I wonder what some of the more experienced drivers like Mike Skeen and like Rafa Matos must think of seeing these 14-year-olds coming through. Brent Cruz, Connor Zillage, just starting out, and so many of them are already connected to Chevrolet Junior programs or Toyota Junior Pants. So much of NASCAR now is part of road racing in terms of they're going to more and more road courses, and that's why these youngsters are learning their way. Got a lot of information about Connor Mosack now in Xfinity. We'll be lucky to have him for more than 3 or 4 races this year because he's already in the dizzy heights. He was at the Daytona 500, got a pole there. and he is definitely one to watch for the future, and will be doing a full program in NASCAR. But the guys that he's working with in NASCAR were so impressed with what he's learned over the last couple of years with Scott Legacy, and that bodes well for what's happening in this paddock.
Scott Legacy, just a name, a famous name by himself, that's for sure, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if somebody was going to advise you, it wouldn't be a bad guy to have in your pit. SLR Racing, watching out for them as the season continues. He's also got Chris Wood with him this season. We'll talk more about him, but he is an up-and-coming prospect as well. So we get ready. Rafa Matos looking for the start. Mosak it is, though, on the right-hand side in the 28 that has the pole. Matos will quite like the idea of being on the inside at the start of this race, perhaps. And that could be a chance to do a slingshot round the outside and take the lead away from Mosak. We know how aggressive the Brazilian can be. He spent 3 weeks in Brazil in the interim, relaxing to take the time off, but there's no relaxing now as we go racing muscle cars in 2023, and Trans Am is away in TA2, presented by Pirelli. Good start from Rafa Matos. He does do exactly what I expected, is to try to get round the outside. Merrill's going with him, and Conor Mosak will try to defend. He doesn't need to, he's already got the whole shot. And now Austin Green settling into what, second place. So Austin Green is the man who gained the most, as Rafa Matos was defending his position. Conor Mosak going through there, and Rafa Matos losing out to Thomas Merrill, who went round the outside of him. So all change at the front, Rafa losing out.
Well, you say losing out, but you know something, that's a smart move, because it's risk-reward ratio. If you're on the outside, first race, tires are warm. Are they or are they not? Is the guy going to slide out and hit you, knock you off the track? Smart move by Rafa.
Good point, very good point. So 27 laps of grueling heat and muscle car action, the adrenaline flowing for the first race of the season. They had a test here in January, and the conditions actually pretty good as we go on board with Austin Green. And you could see as we watch as the hands on his wheel, also the brake and throttle. The B is the brake, obviously. The green is the T throttle. And then you can see where he is on track and the speed he's doing and the revs he's using. Also the G-force, that round little dot, just how much G-force is being used in these cars.
Now the drivers tell me it's definitely 2 laps, maybe 3. We've got the 34 starting to go slow and goes off track. That looks at turn 7, I would say, by the looks of that.
That's Patrick Paul slowing down there. So we've got 2 retirees already as we go back on board with second place Austin Green. Got some high hopes for this young man. This is a big weekend for him. Get off to a good start, get the three-dimensional services group where they need to be at the sharp end. And hopefully Mike Skeen will come through. I'm going to keep an eye. I'm going to put you on a couple of watches, and I'm going to keep an eye on the likes of Skeen coming through. Dylan McIvern currently in 8th position, and Thomas Merrill currently in 4th. Already as they come into sunset, the field's starting to spread out as through goes Jack Wood. That's our first glimpse of him in the Chevrolet. And just ahead of him, Connor Zilic getting ahead in that last lap. So everybody filing through. There's Brent Cruz under pressure.
Yeah, under pressure, Slater. Taking the inside line just to do a little defense there. Looks like that was a smart move.
Evan Slater, the man pushing him, another young gun for the Franklin Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. Evan Slater moving to that team. Showtime putting on a really good field of drivers this year. And we've had several changes over the winter. Mike Skeen, it looks as though I don't think we'll do a full season as last year because he's got his IMSA and sports car connections, which will bring him back here to Sebring, but he's an accomplished sports car driver now and one of the best hot shoes, one of the best guys you want professionally in a car, whatever you're racing. You can bring Mike Skeen in and go, hey, can you try that car out and see if it's any good? Or set it up for me?
Well, you know, and that's not the thing right now. He's coming into a team where there's a lot of information there because he's actually one of the great race car drivers. But you think about Boris Said Jr. that we talked about. He can draw information from guys like him and Rafa, and that's what Boris has to do this weekend. Make sure that he's out there and keeping smooth and learning and drawing the information from the veterans that are on the race team.
Yeah, I think for the young 19-year-old, he's got good experience. He's come through Miatas.
There we go.
He had some
there we go.
Nicely done. And so Rafa Matos makes his move on Thomas Merrill, and the battle is on. Part 2, but it's in 2023 now. Merrill, though, is the cool, calm, collected man from Laguna Seca, Salinas, California. He won't be too worried about Rafa getting through. And in fact, he'll probably just watch it for a couple of laps. But there you see on the left-hand side how it stands. Mosak, Green, Matos now in third. Merrill drops to fourth. Cruz, Slater, Goikhberg, the Canadian in 7th place. McAvern in 8th. Zilic 9th. Wood, Andretti, and Uzziata, the youngster for Nitro, coming in 12th position. Said Junior down in 13th, so holding position really, and keeping an eye on just where the likes of Skeen and a few others pop out. Meyer up to 39 points. He's moved He's moved forward. Josh Sargent, another man you want to talk about, 34th. He's got some good experience coming in here.
You know, it's amazing when I watch the cars coming down that backstretch into 17. Just the heat that rises. You can see all the heat that's coming off the racetrack and off the cars. And guys are looking for opportunities like we're watching right now. Do you dive in or do you wait? Andretti carries the speed into the turn, so it doesn't allow the other car to get a dive on the inside. Talked to Andretti. He said, you know something, I think I got a good car underneath me. I think I can move up. But, you know, when you start back and you have all those hot shoes up in front of you, man, the chase is on. And when you have to go and drive that hard, what ends up happening is you use up your tires.
Yeah, just saw a quick glimpse of Andretti there. For those Andretti fans seeing him in the all-blue number 41, he's another man that swapped teams this year. He's working with John Cloud, and in fact, he's doing double duty this weekend. He's also doing TA, replacing Masood, who's got an injured back. So busy weekend for Adam, but he'll be up for it and up to it. I'm sure he'll come and join us in the booth as well. 3 laps gone of the 27. Field starting to spread out, and at the front, Mosak building on that gap. He's just taking it over half a second now over Rafa Matos and Austin Green. Green's still there in 2nd place, and it'll be interesting to see how the three-dimensional services guys work together as a team when they've got the position to do so. Rafa definitely the team leader here in this three-dimensional services with 2 championships under his belt.
And as you ride board here, you can actually see some different lines for some of the drivers. It's always interesting to see who ends up using the curbing, the rumble strips, and maybe just some abuse to the tires. But, you know, when we talked, you just said turn lap 3. So I'm thinking that all the drivers told me 2 to 3 laps. Tires are at max temp, max pressure right now, certainly because the heat is so high as we talked about before. Now is the time when you need to conserve the car. The other thing, Johnny, is now you know what type of car you have. Okay, is it understeering, is it oversteering, and all the characteristics that's going to happen. That's going to change throughout the day because these guys have 150 pounds of fuel on the car that's going to start to burn off, so the car characteristics are going to change. And so it's up to you to feel that and make sure that you're not actually abusing the tires to try and keep the speed up in the car. It looks like we got a little bit of fender flap going on there on the 86, so that would be interesting.
Jr., yeah. I don't think it's affected too much. By the way, I have found Mike Skeen, 19th position for Skeen, so obviously struggling a little bit with setup. But look at Nathan Hearn. He's just gone past Mike Skeen as though he was standing still. And Nathan Hearn of Australia is flying. He's come right from the back. He had a ride height infringement, was qualified, 3rd yesterday, but had that infringement. That put him to the back of the grid, and he's already up to 19th with a long way to go.
And he told us that yesterday when we visited with him. He said, you've come through, you just watched me, a 2-time TA champion down home, and you know something, he understands these cars. He did tell us that the cars back home are a little bit different than what we have here. These cars are a lot more advanced, a lot more horsepower, and he said these cars definitely handle just a little bit different.
Yeah, this is a good battle between Rafa and Merrill again, and they're swapping places lap after lap, the pair of them, as we'd expect them to. The 2 contenders from last year are showing exactly, and I think there's no bad blood here, but I do think that Merrill, the way he won the championship last year and effectively robbed Rafa from that title, probably feels he wants to do it fair and square this year, and every weekend prove that he's quicker than Rafa.
Now, I'm a retired driver, okay? So I didn't rob that title. I earned that title, okay?
Yes, exactly. No, but I just think it was such a surprise when he got out of the car, he didn't even know he won.
Absolutely.
And it was such a mathematical chance that I think now he wants to go out there and go, hey, guys, I wasn't given anything. Let me show you.
Right. Absolutely. But, you know, we always say race wins are always there. You have to be in the hunt for the championship. It's up to these guys to be able to do that. This is a long season, a lot of racing to go on. So the most impressive part about that is that you had guys at the very end of it that were so close and ended up with a tie.
Wait a minute. Ah, there's Merrill. Now, Merrill's lost a place to Cruz. So Merrill's gone backwards. So let's have a look. That is Merrill with the trouble sliding through Sunset.
Yep.
And it could be curtains over because Merrill suddenly has gone from 0 to 0 in a matter of seconds. Cruz has got ahead of him.
He's doing a bit
not
of
far behind. Goldberg's there. And here is the 26, in trouble already in the early stages of this radar. Current champion, remember. Doesn't matter how you do it, you're still the champion and the target's on your back. He's had an up and down time here as Thomas Merrill. I've seen him streak through from the back of the field. I've seen him take pole position. He has a love-hate relationship with this Sebring circuit. And at the moment, it's not going A-OK. He's down to 5th. Cruz is ahead of him. Slater's behind. Goldberg in the BC All Blue is just behind that. So they are lining up there. You see the light blue and white of the 26 of Merrill. Here comes Slater, and there's Goldberg. The Canadian-Russian going for it. Just behind them is Connor Zilic. Dylan McInvern up to 9th position. Adam Andretti into the top 10. He's just ahead of Jack Wood. And I'm keeping an eye on where Boris Said is. He's down in 13th. And also how Hearn's progress is going. He's still 19th at the moment, chasing down another youngster, Taylor Gray.
Interested to see all the lead cars are now settled into a pace of about 2:09 and change.
Yeah.
So this is where you're going to turn around and see where if they start to wear the tires off and where if they can keep up the speed. Remember, this is a hot day, as I mentioned before. The tires are going to start to lose their peak just a little bit. And as we talk to some of the drivers, they say the cars understeer. That means they push, I guess, in Trans Am terms, understeer in our single-seater terms. And what ends up happening is that you can abuse the front tire if you're not cautious, and then you've lost the tire for the rest of the race. And then you have a car that will not turn.
Well, you can see from the Cube 3 Nathan Hearn camera just exactly where the Australian is and the traffic ahead of him. So the work he's got to do, he's got Taylor Gray right in front of them, Doug Peterson. Oh, Taylor Gray makes a big mistake right in front of the Aussie, and he'll pounce, I'm sure. And here's another replay of this time the 14 going off into the grass, bit of dirt tracking. But does he get it back together, we wonder? Yes, he does. That's Matt Perron, the man from Washington. And we're now starting to look at Dylan McInvern in the back of your picture there. This battle continuing to rage. As Merrill trying to defend for all his life right now.
Yep. There's a lot of defensive driving going on right now. Anytime you're slow coming out of that previous turn, you look in your mirror right away and you go, I got to cover myself. And that's what's going on right now.
Do you think it's mechanical or what?
Well, you know, it could be the back end of the cars coming around, oversteering already. You know, that's the big thing they say with these cars is that keep the rear tires underneath them. And they do that, and that's why they start the car off with push or understeer, because you don't want to make the rear tires go away. If he's got that problem now, he's going to have a bigger problem as the race progresses.
Well, let's see how he gets out of 7th. Yeah, he just seems to be struggling to keep grip in the rear end, and he's a smooth driver generally. Dylan McInvern at the back of this group, the 2017 winner. So we're going to keep a watchful eye on these 5 cars led by Merrill. And you can see how Cruz has pulled away. So Merrill definitely, just looking at his last lap, struggling somewhat. And
yeah, the leaders are up to like 208s right now, and he's sitting at about 210 the last time around. So he's starting to slow the pack, and that's why he's got that group all behind him.
So Mosak, though, leading the way. The gap has come down between he and Rafa Matos, who's now 2nd, Austin Green 3rd, Greg Cruz 4th, and then it's Zilic, Goldberg, McInvern, and Slater. On board with Adrian Lostowski, a lot of traffic in front of him, and as you can see, the Sebring
and that's
doing their job.
Yeah, and that's a local yellow, and now we have these new Flagtronic boards that are out around this race course, and those are large boards, and we have them actually in some of our F4 and FR racing that we have, so the teams would actually know and the drivers would know that there's something in that section that they have to
Tell me more about that, because that has been something that's been put in by Tony Pirella, Pirella Holdings for all the championships, is that right?
Yes. And it's a big safety item, and it's just like you see in Formula One, also in IndyCar, and Tony's made the investment to do it over all the platforms, and it's based around safety. So not only do you have the flag stands with the flag marshal still there waving the flag, you've got these big electronic boards on the corners that are easy to see. And for a driver, I mean, I could see the next corner down because the board is so illuminated, so it certainly helps you from that point of view. They also have a system inside their car which will actually show them if they're coming up to a yellow area, and after the yellow area, if it's actually gone back to green, the the notice will be on your dash that it's actually back to green. You know you can go back to racing. So a great investment by Tony Pirelli and for all the Speed Tour events, and it's based on safety.
Really no excuse now, and you obviously play race director now and again. No excuse for the drivers. They're going to know. If they're looking out of their cockpit, they should know, and if they're looking at their cockpit, they should be immediately warned of a yellow.
Oh, and the best thing about it is all the cars have onboard cameras like we're watching on right now, and even our F4 and F3 FR cars do. So if a driver comes in and says, I didn't pass under yellow, we go back and watch the camera, and we've got that one sussed out really quickly.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski. He's trying to get past Scott Borchetta, but he's got an eye full of Trans Am right in front of him. He comes alongside the 48. Scott Borchetta struggling a little bit today to get on top of things. He had a great result this time last year, finishing 5th overall. But as you can see, the Hawk is literally hawking around right behind him, trying to get every which way to make a move on him. Where at Sebring is the not safest, but where's the best place to make an overtake?
Well, you know, it's obviously turn 1, turn 7, and turn 17. They're the long end of the long straightaways, but it's also the place that has more confliction of anything else. So you have to go down, make sure you're beside somebody, and you've reserved your spot, as I like to say, Johnny. You get in there, get the draft, reserve your spot, so you're actually not going in there trying to make a pass and confrontation, because otherwise you end up rubbing wheels on these things and split a tire, then you're going into the pit lane for a change.
All right, the field spreading right out now with 8 laps gone. They're coming down that back straight towards Sunset. Oh, going wide there, and up the inside goes Borchetta, and losing a spot, but coming back. A good battle. Jack Wood then, I think, just outbraked himself into Sunset. He lost a spot there to Borchetta, but out front, Mosak has crossed the line with a 2:07.9, and he's now over a second faster or ahead of Austin Green in second place. Rafa Matos still third, then it's Brent Cruz, and then this battle you're watching between Slater, Merrill, Goikhberg, Zilic, McAvern, and Drenny still in 10th place. Lostowski right there. What a battle.
That was a nice move. We saw some passing, but ready to go on. You know, these cars, we're starting to see the speeds come down, Johnny. There's 26 gallons of fuel on these cars. They'll burn 24.5, so just over 150 pounds of fuel. So now they're starting to go a little quicker. Cars are a little lighter. And then there's going to be a point where the tires are starting to fall off, and maybe the times will start to plateau. But it's going to be interesting to see if these guys can keep the tires underneath the car. The biggest thing with these things.
Scott, you pointed out something yesterday to me which I thought was really interesting about Sebring, and we see it in the 12 hours all the time. You need to overtake with a massive field like this. But if you go offline at Sebring, we always talk about marbles and debris out there and how slippy it is. But that's normal in any racetrack. That could be as smooth as Kota. But here it's different because the bumps are different as you go offline.
You know, and that's why when you come track like this and you go any track you go to, and that's what I teach the young drivers in our F4 and FR also, that if you're going to find a place that you want to pass all the time, try that in practice. Don't always drive in the line. Move over in the middle like you were passing somebody so you can understand what kind of racetrack's underneath you. Here especially at Sebring, because it's so bumpy, and it's not just one turn that might be bumpy or a couple. The whole place is bumpy, which is really a great thing to do for drivers. Learn where you have to be able to make that pass where it's smoother. But more importantly, know the bumps. Don't dive in them inside of the turn. Find the bumps and the wheels lock up.
Oh!
And that's a little bit of what we're talking about right there. The car on the inside couldn't get to the apex because he's probably going over bumps and the car's lurching forward. So that's the issue we talked about.
That was Darren Mock, who was left out to dry a little bit there. Currently in 13th position. Now, interestingly enough, last lap round, Rafa Matos was actually quicker than the leader. So the man running in third is quicker than the leader of the race. Out of the last corner they come then. This titanic battle. Mosak leads it by 1.1. Matos is coming fast though. He's coming closer to Green, his teammate. Austin Green in second place. Then it's Cruz with a clear fourth. Then Slater and Merrill. Great to see so many youngsters up there. Merrill, though, hanging on to 6th place, but only just. Goikhberg's got past McAvern, who's up to 8th position, and then we look further back, and I'm just looking at who shouldn't be in that lower section, and also watching Nathan Hearn continue his drive forward. He's up to 15. Now, remember, points are different, too, as well this year. For those of you tuning in around the world, the new point system, if you remember, it was 35 for a win last year. Now it's 103, going all the way down to 40th position, 4 points, plus there's bonus points for fastest lap and most laps led.
A lot of points in the line, and you know, it's interesting, you're talking about what we have right now. I would have thought that we've seen a yellow. Because, because we've had car retirements going on. A lot of battles going on the racetrack, but we've seen a lot of car retirements is coming across our system here. People are retiring with heating problems or gearbox problems or something, but they're getting into pit lane. They're not getting stuck on the racetrack, hence we're not getting a yellow.
You know, and I'm also really impressed. We keep talking about these youngsters who are making their way either from karts or from dirt track racing and coming to Trans Am, but holding their own against the likes of Mike Skeen and Rafa Matos, and also racing very, very maturely. Boris Said Jr., another good example. Ben Mayer, his first run this weekend. Cruz, we saw it with him last year. Connor Mosack, we know what he can do. And now Nathan Hearn doing the same. Oh, as I say that, he just gets into another car, and just the right time to go on board with Nathan Hearn, because I think he might have turned around the mighty Scott Borchetta. That won't look good.
Well, it's actually interesting to see if he tagged him to go into him and get Borchetta just a little bit loose. It was interesting to watch Nathan because he kept his foot on the gas just to push on through. And I'm sure that the officials will go back and look at that. If I was wearing my race director hat today, I think I would be.
Well, Jack Wood made advantage of it in the number 8. He actually saw that all in front of him, and he's got past. And so now Borchetta has dropped down after that incident. Nathan Hearn coming in. He's going to check the damage. Well, we'll see. Let's see what they do.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a cut tire.
Could be, yeah. So, real shame for the Australian champion coming into a full season here in the US of A. Been watching from afar and was putting the times out on his Facebook for the Australian fans to tune in. So I hope you are watching, you guys. Welcome to TA2. This is how we do muscle cars in the US of A. So that has changed things in the midfield a little bit. Boris Said Jr. goes up to 11th. Mock is now 12th. Does it look like, yeah, I think it could be it's a puncher, absolutely, from Borchetta. So as they rub tyres and rub fairings, Borchetta basically dropped right down and needs a new wheel on that back right.
Yep, that's for getting tagged on that incident that we saw earlier.
Meanwhile, Hearn is out, and it could be a very similar story for him. They've either done a systems check, but they've sent him back out. But I would have thought the Spike Coolers man, the big machine Spike Coolers man, will have a few words after that one.
Yeah, I think it's right rear on that car, and Nathan's car is probably the left front. That's how that works.
So Connor Mosack still leading the way at the moment by over a second. The gap is 1.2 seconds to this man, number 89. Rafa Matos, though, this is the real story we should be keeping an eye on in third place. You can see visually he's caught up with Green, and the gap is less than a second between the two teammates. Austin Green is the new boy. Rafa Matos is the two-time champion. And surely there'll be no love lost, or at least Rafa won't hesitate in getting by and going after Mosack.
But, you know, the experience always pays out. It's very early in the race right now. You can see how bumpy the track is because Matos was going through there, how the car lurches over the bumps. So that's also abuse on the tires. But coming through the section here, you're squeezing the throttle. You don't want to turn around and spin the tires, create more heat in the back tires and take some life out of them. But it does lose just a little bit of traction there.
Let me ask you a question as a racing driver with teammates. When you've got radio communication like this, you've got a four-man team, you're going for a championship, but you're trying to beat Mosack for the win, right? You just want the team to win, right? So what do you say when you're together on track like this? Because you don't want to get into a fight with your teammate.
Well, I'll tell you, right now it's whoever's quickest. And, you know, I have to say it looks like Austin Green's probably just a little bit faster at this point in time. But you don't know how conservative, or if he is being conservative, that Rafa is. Because, like I said, it's a long race. He mentioned that last night. He said just keep the tires underneath the car. So the whole thing is, could he go faster? He might be able to, but he's really thinking as a veteran right now, probably anticipating a yellow somewhere coming along. And as a race car driver, you're sort of banking and making a strategy. Now, if he's running like this and he allows Connor to get a big lead and there's no yellow, then he sits to himself at the end of the day and go, that wasn't a very good strategy.
And you're listening to Scott Goodyear, who knows what he's talking about. Rafa Matos started on stock cars in Brazil, then came as a rookie to Indy Lights, got the Rookie of the Year, then Rookie of the Year in IndyCar, and now he's in Trans Am. So Scott Goodyear, a good man to talk about what this man can do as a former single-seater man himself in IndyCar, of course.
And we saw a car on the right-hand side of 16 coming on the long backstretch there a second ago. It looked like a yellow car, so it'll be interesting to see if it was one of the three-dimensionals or not.
11 of the 27 gone. Rafa Matos has reeled his teammate in. There's your leader. He's maintaining that lead. It's 1.3 seconds, so actually Conor Mosack in some ways controlling this race for SLR M1 race cars in that Ford Mustang. But Austin Green now under pressure. It'll be interesting to see how long these two go at it, or whether Rafa tries to get past him early, or, like you said, does the smart thing. The one thing I've learned about watching Rafa over the last few years is that he's really good with tyres, and if he's in a position to save them and then have that last 10-lap sprint, he'll do that.
And all these top four guys right now, even though there's space, they're all turning in the mid-208, so the time is just about similar. We've seen some fastest times about the 207 mark. But, we talked a little bit about having the tires sort of fall off just a little bit and the speed coming from the car, from fuel. And from what I'm looking at right now, it looks like we got Austin Green and Rafa Matos starting to catch up to Connor, because that space between first and second looks like it's actually shrunk just a little bit.
By the way, Thomas Merrill down to 9th position, so whatever the problem he had at the rear end of that car has dropped him down to 9th now. He's just ahead of Boris Said Jr., so that'll be interesting to see when those two get together on track. That'll be a good scalp for the young Boris Said if he can make a move past him. Staying with Rafa Matos all over the back of Austin Green. Yeah, I think he's in a waiting mode, personally. I think this is classic Rafa. No need for, as long as the gap doesn't suddenly increase to 2.5 seconds. And also, with this early in the race, Rafa can almost count on the possibility of a yellow flag, so why push too hard?
Well, and this track we talked about being bumpy, Johnny, but it's also very abusive on brakes. So, I mean, if you're getting too close to the car that's up in front, you're getting all that heat. And now it looks like he's starting to get a little bit closer. Maybe you would look at maybe having a draft coming out of 16. Not close enough, but I think you also have to be cautious that you're not spending too much time too close to the car in front, because you're going to overheat your brakes on this course here. This is about the only circuit the drivers tell me that they really need to be cautious on brakes, making sure you don't overheat them, and it's just because of the speed and the length of the straightaways and the braking zones.
Under the bridge one more time at Sunset they come.
So you saw Rafa's car go through turn 17 there. Maybe not as smooth over the bumps as you would expect to see. This is a new car for him because he's just changed to a new chassis from last year, the M1 chassis. So he's explained that to me just yesterday. And he felt that last year, starting more about the middle of the season onwards, he didn't think that they had the pace to be able to win races. So they've changed chassis manufacturers in a new chassis. Only had 2 days testing in this car before the race here. So it's sort of all new to him. And he'll be learning a lot today that he'll be able to put in the bank for future races and work with the engineers about improving it.
That could be a big change when you change the chassis. I mean, if you're not comfortable right from the get-go, you could be chasing it for a long time, can't you?
Well, you can go out and do a long run and try and simulate a race, but there's nothing like actually being in the race. And
right.
So you drive it a little bit different. You move the car around a little bit different. You can see the back end walking out on him just a little bit there. The left rear wheel got into the dirt. So that sort of scenario tells me that he can't get on the throttle as quickly as he probably wants to and get the power down simply because he doesn't have the grip in the back of the car.
Down to the Bridge Hall corner we go, turn 7, right by the hotel. A tricky one, that one, because you're coming straight up to this left-hander, and then it jinks to the left and the right before heading to the back of the circuit, down the Fangio straight.
See, under braking, he's got the car. He gets in under braking well, but just not getting the acceleration out. A lot of wideness right now onto the top of the curbing, too.
Austin Green doing a really accomplished job for a youngster, holding off Rafa and not showing any signs of the pressure that he's under. And he's also keeping Mosack very, very, very honest in terms of his racing. Mosack, in the last 3 or 4 years, has become the full article here in Trans Am. He's literally grown up in front of our eyes. It's great to see. I mentioned at the top of the program, 6 poles he got last year. He was actually very frustrated by mid-season last year because he hadn't converted those poles into wins. And so this year, I know that the amount of racing he's doing in Trans Am, he wants to finish with wins or at least podiums every time.
And you want to do that because, you're trying to move up the ladder. And everybody's starting to call the Trans Am Series almost like a finishing school for NASCAR. So all these drivers are here to get experience, to understand the big cars, the heavy cars, the horsepower cars. And you want to make sure that you can actually debut not only when you get to a new series, but any race that you get to, make sure that you're putting on a good show.
You know, one of the things that makes you excited about motorsport, especially like you and me who've been around it a few years, it's when you see someone new, someone exciting, and someone about to change the world. And we just saw him there, Brent Cruz. I can't believe, he's 14 now, and he wanted to go single seaters. He's not old enough to do F4. He said, a bummer of a birthday. He joked to us on the pit lane.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I spoke to his stepfather, Matt Langford, probably back in December. They were looking at having him come in and running some F4 cars. And he's actually even tested an F4 car because he loves the single-seater stuff too. But it was interesting. Our first race is here very shortly. And FIA, because we're part of that ladder system, F4, F3, F2, F1, you have to be 15 years of age. He misses the age category for first race by about 10 days.
Amazing. Good battle also here for 6th place between Dylan McVern, Connor Zilic, and this man, Goikerberg, in Misha Goikerberg in 8th position, but he's a long way off that battle between Zilic and McVern, which is glued together for 6th place. But we're also now watching this battle at the front because it's starting to heat up. Mossack still leads, but that pressure from Matos has given the hurry up to Austin Green, and the gap has closed now between the top 3, and there's less than, it's just over half a second between 1st and 2nd place. So it was 1.3 seconds at one point, but now you see it for yourself. Austin Green, that's the gap physically between the pair of them, a lot closer than before. Be interested to stay on board with it. What was he doing there? Oh, he's messing about with his drinks bottle. That can be annoying.
Yeah, I'm sometimes if the drink bottle gets too warm or a button sticks on, it actually just starts to put water all over you. So it looks like he was trying to tear that hose out of there in a real hurry, wasn't he?
You know, as we watch the steering wheel work underneath him and how much the bumps affect the movement of the car, I go back to what Nathan Hearn was saying, is that he likes Sebring because you can almost use the grip and the bumps to find extra grip, and each and every lap is different.
Well, you get over the bumps, especially when you're getting down towards the apex and power out, and you end up having the car land, and you got to make sure it lands and then slides, and you still have enough racetrack to use. So that's the key thing around this race course.
Best lap of 207.93 from Green. Last lap of 208.7. So the pace has gone down just a little bit, but as you say, they've concertina together a little bit more. Full throttle at the back end of the circuit here. And you can see 162, we reckon, top speed coming into the final corner here. But just getting 148 just there before 7.
And we talked about brakes overheating. That's the speed on those 3 straights. Turn 1, turn 7 that we just went through, and then turn 17. That's what the drivers have to have in the back of their mind towards those last 10 or 15 laps of this race.
You know, listening to the guys that do the 12 hours, and of course they're doing 12 hours, but Sebring, they always said there's nowhere really you can relax. There's no really long straight like at Le Mans or other long circuits like Coda, where you've got just at least, 10 seconds to take a deep breath. Here, you're physically fighting all the way.
Yeah, and like you said, all of it is bumpy, and I've raced here in the 12 hours. It's abusive. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But the car over there, they change the tires. Sometimes they change the brakes. There's something that you look at, and those cars are out there for that length of time, but they're made to go ahead and do that. And this course here, I'm going to hasten to say, it's probably the bumpiest course that we're on in this tour.
Well, that's Nathan Hearn back out there again in that number 20. And obviously struck right back after that incident with Scott Borchetta when they came together, both coming into the pits. And obviously he's had to work it again. Scott Borchetta currently in 37th position, Nathan Hearn in 33rd as we look at them. On board with Hearn. No problems for the car itself by the looks of things. So whatever he came in to check, it doesn't look as though it's slowing him down. And he's still circulating at a good pace, is Nathan Hearn. But this is all good experience, and he'll put it down to that. I don't think the stewards will have much to say. It was a racing incident, would you say, or not?
Well, they'll go back and they'll look at it, and there might be penalties after the fact. But, it's interesting. Speaking to him last night, obviously, he knows Scott McLaughlin. And, because they're all down in that area, they race against each other, whether in Australia, New Zealand. And so he's been in touch with Scott, but drives now for Team Penske in the IndyCar, and he's probably going to wander up to St. Pete's next week and take in the IndyCar race.
What a place to do it. It's like we've got so many guys from New Zealand and Australia now currently in Indy, both in Indy next and in IndyCar. It's great, so I'm sure he will. It's almost like going a second home, like going to the Gold Coast. Now, flapping bodywork for the 49 here. That's Patrick Oot. Driven Racing Oil number 49, and I would have said that the stewards will, I don't know, will they bring him in for that?
Well, they're going to look at it. If a piece comes off and ends up on the race circuit, then it will obviously call a local yellow or possibly a full course yellow. So they'll look at it, and a lot of times, sometimes the part comes off, Johnny, and end up in the grass. So you just continue on.
See the lake in the rear view there of this wonderful shot, and you see the airport just in the background of the circuit itself as we go back on board with Rafa, still in third place, 0.7 off green, and green 0.8. So Mosak has reacted well. And we've got a caution, our first one. So now this does change the complex. And I'm going to put your helmet back on here, Scott. We've got full course safety car. What does that mean to you as a driver? Let's put you in Rafa, the former champion's mind, and say, how do you go about dealing with the yellow car, and what are you thinking about in terms of the restart? Well, now, we're at a point in the race where it's not the final sprint, but it's an important time in the race.
Well, it is, and for the guys that have actually fallen back, and there's the Honda safety car just about ready to pull out. The key thing underneath the yellow, you get a chance to cool yourself down, cool the tires down, cool the brakes down. So then you're going back to a restart. As a driver, you want to make sure you get a great restart and make sure there's no contact with the car. You don't end up having an issue here with the bodywork, as we've seen some of the cars here. We don't know what this yellow is for quite yet.
Yes.
You do?
I just found out it was Patrick Yates. It did fly off on the main
straight. It did fly off, ended on the track.
Little panel, and so they've gone out to get it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So, which we thought would probably happen. And so in this scenario now, guys like Nathan Hearn that were very quick and the field got away from them a little bit. Everybody packs up now, and now it's almost like a start of a new race, except you end up having a situation. We see Austin Green down there on your left-hand side.
He's finally fixing that water thing. He's got time to do it now, look. So he's trying desperately to fix it back up. And so where does that go, Scott? It just goes underneath the helmet?
It usually goes in through the front of the helmet. There's a hole there, and it sits right in front of your mouth. You push a button on the steering wheel, and the water ends up coming in. It looks like it fell out of the front of his helmet by the looks of what he's doing right now. It looks like he's trying to actually put it in underneath. And then at that point in time, you just put it in underneath and end up having it in your mouth and holding it in your teeth, as weird as that may sound.
I know. But nothing more annoying than something distracting you when you're racing.
Well, it's one of those things that you end up learning a lot about what's happening inside the car, and you got to sort of put it in a different department, just go on and drive and do your job.
I guess the man who is probably ruining the whole idea of a caution right now is Conor Mosak. He had done a good job. He'd taken the lead to 1.3 seconds at one point. It dropped down to about 0.7, and he got it back up to just over a second before that caution came out. So bad luck for Conor Mosak, but even though he's only 24 and still one of our young guns, I think he's mature enough to sort of shake that off and not worry about it. He's going to be more worried about the restart and getting it right. On board with Nathan Hearn here.
So he's found himself one lap down after having to come in, and we believe, although we didn't see it, we thought he was changing the left front tire from that contact with Scott Borchetta. We know that Scott ended up having to change the right rear from the contact.
Yeah, well, like I said, it doesn't look as though it's affected Hearn too much, although he did come in. So Q3 sponsored Nathan Hearn of Australia. We'll be seeing a lot of him this year. And so TA2 fans in Australia, if you're tuning in, you are welcome. We have another race in just 2 weeks' time at NOLA. And if you don't know what that is, it stands for New Orleans, of course, in Louisiana. And looking forward to going to that. You've done some testing there. Good track.
Great racetrack, and we're there with our F4 and our FR cars. It's a flat racetrack, much like Sebring here. And, before there, they also have an opportunity to get to Road Atlanta. It's very interesting. I think Road Atlanta is just shortly after NOLA. The interesting thing is, a driver, you have to be very diverse today, Johnny, to be able to win a championship. You got racetracks like that, which is all about, the bumps and everything that we have here. NOLA, it's a long racetrack, it's very flat. You get to tracks like Road Atlanta, up and over the hills. Car balance is very important. So a very diverse driver if you're going to have a shot at winning races and winning the championship here.
So we're under caution. Scott Goodyear, Jonathan Green bringing you the action from the first round of the Trans Am TA2 Series 4 2023, presented by Pirelli. We are, of course, a new title sponsor this year in Big Machine. Spike Coolers is our title sponsor, and unfortunately Scott Borchetta, who is of course the team leader of that company, coming in and having to do a change of tyres, but back out there, and he'll be back in action, of course, again in SVRA. More historic action coming your way. We've also got TA action tomorrow as the Unlimited Power boys go, and it's probably one of the biggest field we've had in TA for a long time too. 44 cars in all. Andretti, who just went through shot there, will be in action in that one as well as this one.
You know, we saw the King, Richard Petty, earlier on, and giving the command to start your engines, and his grandson Thad Moffitt here. You know, I think about the pressure, and we talked about it just a little bit earlier, that all these drivers that have a famous last name and a famous family member, and they come in to get involved in motor racing. It was interesting because in all the years of driving Indy cars and driving against Michael Andretti, he always said that having Mario as his father didn't put more pressure on him to drive an Indy car. And then Michael retired. And then he started talking about, you know, the pressure of driving and racing and things like that. And he actually did admit that having Mario as his father was putting a lot of pressure on him. And that question really was interesting because you think about Marco Andretti. Not only do you have Michael, and then you also have Mario. Here's a scenario where there's so much pressure to put on the drivers because of the famous last name or famous family member. And I got to believe that Thad is feeling that just a little bit here, and also driving a pretty famous car, number 43.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, he's grown up in where you'd expect him to grow up, which is on the dirt, in ARCA, places that you'd expect him on the way to NASCAR. But he's done a smart move, and a lot of kids are doing that now, which is to come here and sort of, you know, I don't know, get his, you know, cut his teeth, if you will, for racing away from the NASCAR limelight.
Right.
So Richard Petty will always, I mean, you know, if he showed up at NASCAR tomorrow with that 43 and the paint scheme and all the rest of it, that's great, but the pressure would be immense. So I think he's doing a smart move here. It's great to have Richard along board, and like I said, it's a bold move for Petty to actually put that, you know, out there.
Yeah, and very, very cool.
Let's head down to Ben. He's got Jody Mesama.
Well, here I am at the grid with Jody Mesemer with Three Dimensional Services Group. The talent we're seeing with Austin Green, unbelievable. What's he saying on the radio?
Car's staying pretty neutral, just trying to keep the nose on it, keep the brakes under it, save as much tire as we can. Waiting for the end. Hopefully Connor can make a mistake and we can get a good run on him. He's pretty happy with the car right now.
Does he seem pretty calm on the radio?
Yeah, he's pretty calm. Real good kid to work with. Been a pleasure weekend.
I love it, and I love this young talent coming through TA2 here. Three Dimensional Services Group. Jody, thanks a lot. Gentlemen, back up to you.
So, yes, I think they're pretty impressed with him. I'm impressed with him, that's for sure. And I think Doug Peterson, who's made the move to put him in the car, will be pleased with the ground he's made. I just hope he makes it now cleanly to the end. He doesn't get in a scrap with Rafa. And like his engineer said there, they hope they get the restart and he can have a go at Tony Mosa. I think that's actually what Rafa would probably prefer, is, hey, you guys get in the battle, I'll stick behind and I'll wait for the end.
And like we talked about, that's the youth and the experience coming in too. And, you know, Rafa was pretty relaxed, even though he has a new car and obviously a different situation here because you don't know much about it, only after 2 days of testing. But it's a long season, but you want to win every race that you're in.
You know, you mentioned Thad Moffitt and the pressure he's under, obviously, with a name like Richard Petty, and more importantly, driving that number 43. Don't forget, this man, Austin Green, who we were looking at a moment ago, is the son of former NASCAR and Xfinity Series champion David Green. So he, too, is not so much under pressure. I talked to him about it. He came to racing late. He didn't think he was going to be at this level, didn't really expect to be running in Trans Am. It wasn't sort of like he grew up going, I've got to be like my dad, but it's just sort of gradually evolved that way, and he does have, you know, certainly to NASCAR folks, a very famous father. So Austin will be having his own pressure out there.
You know, there's a lot of debate out there right now whether you put the drivers in there at young ages like 14 or 15 like we're seeing in Trans Am, where I'm actually even seeing that right now in our F4 series, or if you make them wait just a little bit. But, I mean, there's such a push by, I think, just the industry to get people in there, get them experience, and there's probably a push by really parents to make sure that they don't lose the opportunity, if you will. It's very interesting because I do see a great maturity difference from a 14 or 15-year-old coming into our series in F4 than a 19-year-old. So the 19-year-old doesn't make the mistakes. He's listening better. And we've all had kids. I mean, you've been through it. You understand it. And but this is what we have right now. But I will tell you, I'm very impressed with the age, the 14-year-olds that we have here. We have 5 new drivers into this series alone here this weekend that we talked about, and the first time into a TA race for them. And we talked about Caleb Bacon, and Thad Moffitt, and Ben Mayer, and Taylor Gray. I mean, it's just interesting to see how that works.
We've been talking about Scott Lagacy for the last few moments. Let's go down to him now. He's with Ben.
Junior down here in pit lane. It's a little bit loud, but Scott, Connor Mosak just showing his style and presence like never before. Unbelievable. What's he saying on the radio?
We're pretty proud of him. He's come a long way in a couple years. He worked hard, and can't wait to see what he does at the next level. He's super fast. We're going to miss him, but as a group, we're all proud of where he's headed now, and want him back every chance we get. So really proud of this group of guys and girls. M1 SLR group worked hard through the winter, and Peterson, Borchetta, our group got a great line of communication going right now, so it's a lot of fun.
And is he saying anything on the radio, or are you just kind of heads down?
He's typical race. He hit oil one time, and but mostly he's pretty happy right now. He's very mentally strong. He's good at keeping his head down, and things don't rattle him very well. So like I said, I'm excited to see what he does in the future.
Great. Scott Lagacy Jr., I'm watching Annunziata get out of the car, and it looks like he's got a little bit of a heat problem there. And Scott Goodyear, before we go away, Scott Lagacy Jr. does such a great job with driver development. Can you explain to the audience what they mean by driver development to go to the next series? I'm going to send it back up to you, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Ben. And the most important thing is just guidance and making sure and let them understand the expectations. You can see the heat there right now. We talked about how hot it is. I'm going to say, honestly, Johnny, in that situation, the cool suit probably failed inside the car.
That's what I'm thinking. With the look on his face, he had the cool suit on, but it didn't look like it was working. We're going to restart this time. And Annunziata, the young 16-year-old, out of the car from the Ford Mustang from Nitro Motorsports, but his teammate is very much in the hunt for the podium. Brent Cruz in 4th position at the moment, behind Rafa Matos. This restart starts so important. How does Mosak control this and get it right?
And this is one of these scenarios where you're thinking, I'm going to do it, this is my plan, but when the green flag falls and it doesn't come out as normal, when you talked about actually coaching, what Ben was just talking about a second ago, and you're trying to tell these drivers what to do, everybody in the pit lane right now is on the phone to the drivers inside the car and telling them, okay, cautious, get through turn 1, we got to make sure we make it to the end. And that's what these guys are all talking about. This is what you're trying to explain to these young drivers. They're no longer in go-karts or the dirt cars, the midget cars, or whatever they came from. These are big, high horsepower, heavy cars.
So we are getting ready for the restart of this race. Looks like Dylan Archer may also be out of proceedings here. We'll get back to that in a moment. We're getting ready for this restart. Rafa Matos wants to get it right. We're on board with him. He's got Austin Green, his teammate, in front of him. The young 21-year-old coming into the three-dimensional services group team for the first time for a full season. And here he is. And he wants to get past, as you heard from his engineer, Connor Mosak. It would be a really good scalp. He's finally sorted out his water bottle because he was messing with that. It came out of its position underneath his helmet. And during this caution, he's been able to zip it back up and get it back in there.
Now, just as a driver right now, you want to lag back just a little bit to get a good run for when it goes green. But David Hoots, the race director, in the meeting this morning told these guys, I don't want you guys lagging back and putting a big gap in there. I want you guys all to be nose to tail, clean restart, and make sure you're not lagging back. Otherwise, we're going to penalize you.
All right, well, you can see the safety car lights are off, so Connor Mosak will allow. Now he has to keep the constant speed, and now he has to control this race, and he will decide when he wants to accelerate. He comes past our commentary position right now, and away he goes! Connor Mosak with the roar of those muscle cars. Goikberg sneaks out just behind McAvern. Good start from Green and a good start from Matos. Good start from Cruz as well on the inside. Nice clean restart then. And we go on board with Austin Green in second place. Oh, and a big loss there. Conor Mosak blows it at 3, goes wide under braking. And Scott Goodyear, I'll turn to your wisdom on that one, but that looked like a very easy overtake for Austin Green.
Well, you know, in that scenario right there, just driving in a little bit too hot. We talked about the temperatures here. Tires do cool down during that yellow scenario, so in that case, the tires might not have been exactly at the heat that he wanted to, or maybe overdriving it. And your mind thought, honestly, Johnny, is I need to get through this turn and get going because I'm going to do a long straight down to turn 7. I don't want the guy behind me to draft me, so he's trying to get a good run through that turn, and he paid the price for it.
A rare mistake then as Austin Green leads for the first time in Trans Am in his career, and Rafa Matos says, no you don't, son, I want by, and I want by now. And I think that's obviously the plan now that Conor Mosak is going to have to recover. Cruz has got the hurry up too, he's up to 3rd, so we've got a hell of a race on now. 21-year-old, a 14-year-old, and the mighty 2-time champion that is Rafa Matos, all going at it. And I'm just going to see where Conor Mosak has slotted back into position here after that mistake. Great opportunity for Austin Green, though. And Rafa Matos, as you saw, coming right beside him at 7 as they now come through 17 and down that long back straight. And if Matos is going to pass, he's going to have to do it in the next lap or so.
So seeing a note that the 10 of Connor's Alex ended up getting a penalty for pulling out of line on the restart. So we'll see if that's going to...
Who did that?
It has to, number 10 with Connor Zelic.
Oh, yeah. Misha, I think.
So we'll see if he has to do a drive-through on the pit lane.
So out of Sunset they come. The leader, Austin Green, for the first time, and he's actually done a very good job of maintaining that lead. The gap, half a second to Rafa Matos. Cruz all over the back of Rafa Matos. And then comes Conor Mosak, who's recovered well to 4th position. So he didn't lose too much time. He's still very much in the hunt, and there's plenty of time with 21 of the 27 gone. So a lucky mistake for Mosak.
And you said plenty of time. There is plenty of time. Don't overdrive the car. Don't take the tires off the car. Just be smooth. You know you had the speed, and now it's going to be different trying to pass a car than lead. But we'll see what kind of car he has underneath him and how he goes about it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see just how Matos plays this as in comes another car. That's car number 60. That's William Solowich, the young gun.
Some damage there on the front, so obviously making contact with somebody.
What a 5 drivers from Mooresville, North Carolina. They know where to grow up. NASCAR country. Oh, so Matos making decisions now in his head. Does he make the move? Well, he just answered one.
Well,
yes,
there we
nicely
go.
done.
And we've seen his car is better under braking, so now can he actually be able to stretch a lead and put the power down, because we've seen him struggle on getting out of the turn and putting the power down.
That was nice work, though, wasn't it? I mean, he really did. Up the inside, made the move, clean, on his teammate.
Yeah.
Really beautifully done.
And as we teach our young drivers, present yourself, make sure you got a good pass, make it non-confrontational. And as teammates at this point in time, you're not going to turn around and try to force the issue.
Be interested to see how Austin reacts now to that overtake. Mosak, by the way, in that last shot, all over the back of Cruz. So there's going to be a good battle for both the win and for the podium. And I know Cruz will fight hard. Mosak will be feeling really miffed about making what was, I would have said, a cold tire mistake.
Well, if he doesn't end up on the podium, then you can take that with you when you get in the rental car to drive home tonight. I can tell you how that works. It's no
Especially
fun.
after your team management has been talking about and effusing about you being so brilliant under pressure. Oh well, that's life. That's motor racing, folks. Through the field they come, and we're looking at the number 20 at the moment. Let's have a look at what happened here. And this is Conor Mosak making a move. Oh, that was the overtake by Rafa.
That was the overtake, yep.
Yeah, that was just classic. And you can see also behind them, Mosak almost got past Brent Cruz in exactly the same way.
Well,
but as it stands, go ahead.
Yeah, the timing is perfect because you're not going to overheat your brakes because they're already cool from going through the caution lap. So you don't have to worry about making a move like that and then overheating your brakes. Smart move by Rafa for sure.
22 of the 27, 100-mile sprint, as we call it in Trans Am. The 2023 season underway. We had history last year in one of the closest championships ever in motorsport when it went down to a countback
between Merrill and Matos. Merrill, though, losing out today. Rarely, he looked as though he had some sort of rear-end problems almost by the 6th lap, having run right at the sharp end. He's now down in 9th, so he's going to pick up good points. Remember, with this new point system, I guess you're never really out of it, and that was the point of doing it. Mosak is past the youngster, Brent Cruz, so Mosak back up to 3rd, but I think these two will go at it in the last few laps, and sure enough, anything you can do, I'll try to do better.
Yeah, well, did you see the car? We talked about that on the inside, going over the bumps and sort of lurched forward just a little bit, and lucky they didn't end up making a collision.
I'll tell you what, though, that's playing into Doug Peterson's team because the pair of them now at the front, as these two fight for 3rd, it's just going to help Austin Green and Rafa Matos concentrate on what they're doing, which is winning this race. And what a way to start his season, 1st and 2nd. Especially with Austin Green doing the backup position, if you will. I'm sure it'll be a happier team that sees Rafa leading the championship after the 1st round. Rafa struggled last year. It took a long time to get wins. He only got 2 overall. He was consistent, he always is. But he just struggled a little bit last year. He never was really happy 100% with either the chassis, the engine, whatever it might be. Just wasn't Matos championship winning Matos style-wise. And I think it was not a miracle. Oh, big off here.
That's the 41.
That's Adam Andretti in the dust. But the grass tracking by Adam. What's he doing off of that? That's the last turn. He's just missed his braking point at the last corner there, or just locked up. So shame for Adam, but he was running in 13th position at the time.
Or the brake pedal starts to get long, as we call it, because you start to overheat the brakes and you go to get the pedal. So it'll be interesting to see if he ended up coming in the pit lane or if he ended up staying on track.
Tell you what, impressive. Hearn up to 14th again. He's done it again. He's come all the way back after that safety car and made it more places up. He's ahead of the likes of Prochuk and Skeen, very experienced drivers. Well done to him. Andretti dropping down to 22nd after that incident. And a little further down, Chris Wood down to 30th. Buschetta still way down in 31st. Real shame for him.
We're going to get full course caution, I bet you, here very shortly with the car sitting there. High speed as we are. There we go. Yeah.
So we're under caution again, and this could lead to a really interesting finish to this race for the simple reason that with the amount of laps we've got and the length of the caution itself, we could just get a quick couple of lap sprints, which always creates a grandstand finish, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we got about 5 laps left to go. I think we're on 22, if I'm not mistaken, or 27, so they'll have to get this yellow caution period turned around very quickly. And if it's a 1-lap shootout, stand back.
I know. Well, like you mentioned, David Hoots, our race director, he's 30 years young in NASCAR, but he's had a lot of experience of running professional races, and you were at the drivers' meeting, I wasn't, but I've heard him speak before, and he's all about finishing, if he can, under racing.
Yeah, and we always want to. I mean, every series in the world wants to. A driver wants to if he's going to win the event. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But the interesting thing is here, just the youth that's in this series, which is so impressive right now. They've done a wonderful job today, because I would have told you that when I came in to join you to do this in the television booth, I looked at all the drivers and the age, and I thought, boy, there's going to be a lot of carnage here today. But give them full credit, and I think it's because of where they came from and all the dirt racing that they do. I never did dirt racing in my life, and I went to see the first one at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Brian Clausen program a few years ago, and I stood there and went, wow, I don't feel like a driver from watching these guys. And they're sliding those things around, and the way that they drove those cars, I have utmost respect for those guys. They need opportunities coming everywhere.
You're listening to former IndyCar star Scott Goodyear, now running our Formula 4 and FR programs in terms of helping the youth here in Tony Pirelli Holdings. We're going to take a short break from Sebring. We're going to be back to finish off this T82 race. Don't go away.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product.
It's gone well.
Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
to Central Florida and the iconic Sebring circuit here in the heart of Florida, home to, of course, the 12 Hours, and also home to the first ever Trans Am race back in 1966. And our Grand Marshal today, Richard Petty, was in that race and took part in a Trans Am race as the current NASCAR champion. He went on to win 7 NASCAR titles, and now his grandson is racing in Thad Moffitt. We're all looking forward to seeing what he can do on his way in the footsteps of the great 43. It's been a great day so far, and we are not done by any means. Rafa Matos leads this race. No surprise to those who followed his career. The Brazilian has really stolen a march. I remember being at his first race win at Road Atlanta in 2018, and I just had the feeling then that the monkey was off the back, so to speak, because Rafa, like so many racing drivers, once he starts winning and once he gets the hang of it, there is no stopping him, and he doesn't. He's like Max Verstappen in that respect. He doesn't care who the opposition is. He just wants win after win after win. He just wants to keep notching him up, and he's still very much in that mode. He's just blasted past his teammate before that previous caution, and now Matos leads Green. Austin Green in second place. Mosak has recovered well after making a mistake at the restart. He's in third ahead of Cruz, but of course it's far from over. Slater there in fifth as well, because we've got a restart to come. We're under caution at the moment for a parked car. I think it's one of the BC cars parked up. I don't think it was Andretti, but the reason that's why we're under caution. So we are going for a sprint, and it's going to be an all-important one too. And it's car 9 and 20, so I can confirm Keith Prochak, and the 20 car is Peter Kloot, the Canadian who you know from BC Cars. So in fact, it's Peter Kloot, not Misha Goodman.
And Peter's a big-time auto guy in Canada, a legendary motor car. Remember the television show that used to go on years ago? And he comes and does a few races. He does a lot of SVRA races with a lot of vintage cars that he has.
There you go. That's Kloot's car there.
Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff there. That looks like there's a lot of equipment out there. So I'm hoping that we end up maybe seeing, if we see a red flag here to stop everybody, but certainly would like to finish under green, as you mentioned. But there's certainly a lot of equipment there to be able to pick up that equipment.
Well, as you can see, it's going to be a little time before we get Mr. Kloot's car out of the way, although I wonder why they can't just push it to the side there, but never mind. We're going to take a short break from Sebring, but the action, you're not going to miss any of it. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from Central Florida after this.
The next generation of communication is here with Allgram, the decentralized all-in-one communication platform. Your unique digital ID is hosted on the blockchain for the most secure peer-to-peer communication experience in the world. Chat, voice call, and video call seamlessly, triple encrypted, and decentralized. That means you're protected. We can't share, sell, or use your data in any way. Nobody is accessing your data, and Allgram validates every user on the blockchain. Plus, the app just works really well. Schedule calls and meetings, or create private or public clubs to use however you want. This is Allgram. Simplified, secure communication. Your data is yours.
Welcome back to Sebring. We've missed nothing. 25 of the 27. We're hoping against hope that we will get a good sprint of at least one lap. I hope it doesn't finish under caution, but races have done that in the past, but we've also had some good one-lap dashes as well. Jonathan Green and Scott Goodyear bringing you the action. It's been a good 100-mile TA2 race to kick us off for 2023 at one of the great iconic circuits of America, and that has been one of the benchmarks of Trans Am over the years, is that we do go to Watkins Glen, COTA, Mid-Ohio, Road America, and of course Sebring. Coming up next, though, a new one for a few years anyway, NOLA. And then we head to Road Atlanta, of course, home of Petit Le Mans. And so some really great iconic circuits. And I bet if we threw you one of those, you'd enjoy this, wouldn't you?
Well, you know, and we talked a little bit earlier about how diverse you have to be able to driver that's going to win all these championships. And then the cars start to head out west and get to some of those events that are out there, too. You know, some iconic tracks like you talked about. I remember the first time I went to Road Atlanta. I'd already been racing for a couple of years, and then I got a chance to go there and do a test with the Jaguar GTP program with the Bud Light cars. And it was a track that you looked at, you felt like you were at a circuit somewhere in Europe, almost like going to Road America, which we go to with the Trans Am cars on this tour also.
Let's head down to the pit lane. We've been talking about Brent Cruz. Let's talk some more about him with Ben Sissel. He's got his engine in.
All right, I'm with Joe Claridge, crew chief for Brent Cruz, currently P4. What are you saying to him? What's he saying to you? Because we might have like a green-white checker finish here.
Yeah, well, first of all, Nick Tucker's the actual crew chief. I'm just the guy you see on pit road. But Brent's got a very fast race car. We're in a position we want to be in, but we got to obviously get the job done. But you can't screw up too much because it is the first race of the season, and we are running for a championship. So we got the driver we want in, and he's in a position we want him in. So hopefully we just finish it off and have a great day.
Perfect. And I hope that you notice the timbre in which he speaks. He seems really calm, and I know Brent Cruz is really calm in there too. So, gentlemen, I think we're about to see a great finish here at the Sebring SpeedTour.
Good work. Thank you, Ben. Yes, we are looking forward to a good season ahead, let alone a good finish to this first race. Finally enough, talking of first races, Trans Am's first race won by the mighty Jochen Rindt, who went on, of course, to become a Formula One world champion. Perhaps it was written on the wall back then that Trans Am would go on to this kind of glory. And here we are, somewhat 57 years later, and it's still as strong as ever. As you can see, the truck's still out on track, and I've got a bad feeling, and I'll turn to my race director here, this could finish under caution.
Well, the option is to turn around and just throw a red flag and have them all stop in pit lane and then send them back out. We'll see what David Hoots end up doing. But obviously the cars that they're pulling in, they must have been not able to roll. They're probably missing some wheels or something like that, because it looks like there's a flatbed there to pick one of them up.
Well, and also we don't know what's behind those flatbeds or whatever. It could be some debris or some muck down there as well that they're trying to clear up. Either way, we're under caution, and it looks as though Rafa Matos, if it continues like this, will take the first victory of the year. He wants it under racing conditions, but it doesn't matter. He'll take it, and he'll take the full 103 points. And if you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about, that's the point system this year. You get 103 points. I'm not sure who the fastest lap is, but you get a point for that, and most laps led. You also get 5 points for qualifying for a 5-4-3-2-1 in pole position. So Rafa, having qualified in the top three, will also have picked up points there. So he should, if there are no infringements to Rafa's pace and race, should pick up 103 and a couple of extra bonus points.
You know, with the amount of equipment that is on the racetrack there, Johnny, looks like pretty extensive on the cleanup, and sometimes there's some damage to the wall. So we'll wait for a direction from race control to find out if they think they might get this cleaned up in time before the 27 laps comes around. But for all these drivers right now, it's been a very impressive run. First race of the year. Some cars are new to teams, and some drivers are new to teams. I mean, and this is the time when you have all winter and you come out as a driver for the first race of the season. You've tested, but you want to see where you measure up. I think these guys are going to leave here today knowing where they have a shot at the championship. There's going to be drivers and teams thinking like, boy, got a lot of work to do. But, you know, for Rafa Matos, as we mentioned before, changing chassis over the winter time, over to work with that new chassis that he had, just because they wasn't happy with the car last year. So that new M1 chassis looks like it's actually proven out to be a good move for them.
You know, also good news, when I look down the list of drivers that are in that top sharp end, if you will, no surprise to see Rafa Matos there leading the way, but it's great to see so many young guns. Austin Green, 20 years old, Mosak, 24, Brent Cruz, 14, Evan Slater, late teens again, Dylan McAvoy, obviously lots of experience from IMSA and a former winner here back in 2017 and a runner-up in the championship. Then Kola Zilic, another 16-year-old in 7th position. So $20,000 going for the winner of the Young Guns, and they're all at the sharp end, and that bodes well for the season ahead.
You know, and I'm excited now just to, even though I won't be joining you in the booth because I have to take care of our F4 and FR. Oh, I appreciate that. But now through the SpeedTour TV that we have, we can turn around, watch these races even when I'm not there. So I'm anxious to follow these guys and all these young guns as they are. And we talked about it before. It's really a rehearsal, or a finishing school, if you will, for NASCAR. Because I think I read somewhere where the 10 of the 40 drivers that were at the Daytona 500 this year came through Trans Am.
Bell, Herbst, you name it. Ross Chastain, they've all done some Trans Am on their way to going on to the Daytona 500. And even Connor Zilic, who will finish, top 3 today, was at Daytona and will have a big Xfinity program this year and will be one of the title favorites. So watch out for Connor Mosack.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you too. F4 and FR, the Formula Regional single-seaters. On the road to Formula One, FIA Super License points up for grabs. I know some of the drivers who are coming over from both the United States and from far afield to come in part of that. Don't forget SVRA, big part of Tony Pirelli Holdings, and also a new series this year. We'll be telling you more about that as the days go on. But it's all happening at the moment for Tony and his team. But it's also happening for this man, Rafa Matos, who's going to win, I think, under caution as the clock ticks down. Rafa Matos ticks the box.
Well, the white flag is out in front of us, Johnny. We can see it outside of our broadcast booth, so we know the answer to that one.
And the lights are still on the safety car, so that means we are going to finish under caution, which is a shame, but it gives us a time to recap on some of the highlights, if you will. Mike Skeen didn't show you in the end. He made it up to 16th position. Nathan Hearn, I kept a watch on him because he's qualified 3rd, then had a ride height infringement, had to go to the back, got all the way up to the top 10, and then came together with Borchetta. He ends up 13th. Good points for him. And remember, points all the way down to 40th position, and that's Matt Perron, who had a spin earlier in the race. Likewise, Patrick Hoot, 39. Dylan Archer down to 38th. He'll be disappointed. The Texan with that just changed teams, but good to see Caleb Bacon coming in, first race out in Trans Am TA2, and still some others like Ty Young, also Jack Wood, we mentioned him, another youngster coming through, finishing 27th.
Well, I know it's only the first race, but would you say that the 2023 championship almost has to go through Rafa Matos again? He's got to be the guy that everybody's going to look at and gunning for.
This is exactly the start he wanted. I'm on a neutral ground in NOLA, and I say neutral, but because we haven't been there for a while, I think that's going to be to his advantage. I obviously think that his qualifying this weekend and his race trim look good, and yes, I think I'd agree. Mosack is not a real factor in the championship. He's only doing 4 rounds, so Rafa's definitely the man to watch. But I think that Merrill had a poor day due to the car. And the qualifying was there for Merrill. He'll be a factor. But I really look to people like Cruz and Zilic to really step up these youngsters as the season progresses. And I would love to see someone like Cruz, who has already shown he is not afraid. Don't forget Tyler Casera didn't race this weekend. Could be a factor down the line because he got out of a ride, but hopefully will be back in the car soon. And so there's guys like that. But yeah, you'd have to put your money on Rafa if you're a betting man at the moment.
Certainly going to be chased by all these young guns that we talk about. You know, when we were chatting with Brent Cruz, I know he's 14 and he's going to turn 15 later this, we talked about later in March.
End of March, yeah.
March 30th. And the impressive thing, though, it's almost like you're standing there talking to an 18 or 20-year-old. He's really tuned in, and boy, he's calm, and he's a thinking young man, and just very positive and very confident, which we all expect we're going to see some great things. You see all the light panel there on your right-hand side that we just saw a second ago? That's the Flagtronic boards that are now part of the Pirelli Motorsport Holding Tour and everything on Speed Tour that we're going to have. So you'll see those boards big and bright for all the drivers to see. Obviously, the flag men are still there. It's just off the right-hand side.
What's your placement in the actual car?
Through the where the signals will be actually over by the driver.
I see.
So
okay, I can see it now. Yeah.
Yeah. So there'll be a small box that they have that's over on the left-hand side. We use a system like that in our F4 and FR, but it's a small little single light. Actually, it's called the old Delphi system, and we'll put this into our new cars starting in next year. I mean, it's leading-edge technology. Everybody at Flagtronics are all here on board. and I really thank Tony Pirelli for investing into the system. This is the price of a small house, Johnny. So,
yeah,
I mean,
we went in the safety car earlier this weekend, the car we're looking at in front right now, and I can see the system's tiny. It's no weight, right?
Very small. Just small for the driver to be able to see out inside the single-seater cockpits. We'll get those newer ones out next year. But, you know, not the way that Rafa wanted to maybe win this race. He wanted to go underneath the checkered flag at speed. But he leaves here, and I'm telling you, as a race car driver, you're going, the new car that I'm sitting in is going to work.
Well, it was a bit of a two-dimensional finish for the three-dimensional services group, but they'll take it, as Rafa Matos will take the checkered flag here at Sebring to win the first race of 2023. Behind him is hot shoe youngster Austin Green, following in his father David's footsteps with a very accomplished run to second place, having led this race when Conor Mosak made a rare mistake, the 24-year-old, and Conor Mosak takes third position ahead of Brent Cruz. Evan Slater, we haven't talked too much about Evan, but that's a good result too for the number 6 for Franklin Road Apparel. His first run with the team, good result for him, holding off Dylan McAvern, a former winner here. 6th place for him. Connor Zilic, the youngster for Silver Hair Racing Chevrolet Camaro, in 7th position, and Misha Goikberg for BC Cars in 8th. And it was a BC Cars Peter Glut car that put us under caution at the end there. But a good start to the year, and Rafa Matos picking up where he left off, and there's going to be an almighty battle, I think, for the title this year, and it just may bring in a few other names and numbers into the action, but there's no question that it's normal service resumed by the Brazilian Rafa Matos, who wins again, having won here last year. It's back-to-back wins for Rafa Matos. By the way, the helmet, just in case we were wondering, 20 years, celebrating his 20 years of racing since 1992. And on the lid, he's got the same colours he's had for some 20 years when he started in karting. But on the lid, he's got all his title accomplishments as well. So another accolade for Rafa Matos as he celebrates 20 years of racing at the sharp end.
But you could see him sort of having fun with the throttle there as we were watching him, and just sort of gassing it and getting the back end, stepping out. He doesn't need to worry about the tires anymore.
No,
they're done. So now he can go off and have fun.
I'm not sure Doug Peterson would like him messing about, but it doesn't matter. Very professional team. And by the way, talking of a 1-2, hats off also to their other young competitor in Boris Said Jr. Did a very good job of finishing the race. In the end, it was 26, so he did get caught, if you like, going backwards at the end there, but still a very, very good result for a youngster, just 19 years of age, on his way up and trying to follow in his father's footsteps. So we've got some great father-son stories, some great family stories here as we celebrate Thad Moffat's arrival in TA2, and we thank our Grand Marshal, the great and mighty Richard Petty, coming today. He's doing an autograph session actually in front of his old number 43 today, so look forward to that. And we'll also have the Parnelli Jones family here as Grand Marshals next race, and that of course is TA tomorrow. But well done to Rafa Matos. In a moment we'll hear from Matos himself, and it'll be interesting to hear what he says about the pace and how gracious is he about his teammate. I would have thought he'd be pretty pleased for the team anyway. That's exactly what Doug Peterson wants from his drivers. Good clean racing and a victory, and a 1-2 is even better. I bet he's lost a fair few pounds too though. There's that lid I was talking about.
So it looks like he also got the fastest lap of the race at a 2:07.8, so he gets the Almagado Watch Award, so he'll be very thankful for that.
There's Rafa out of the car, and there's that special lid for 20 years I mentioned. Yeah! Now the emotion comes out, the Latin flair.
Woo!
Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's getting ready to talk to him, but we're just literally sponging in and enjoying the moment with Rafa, but as he takes his helmet off, let's turn to Ben Sissel, who will talk to our winner, Rafa Matos.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Rafa Matos here celebrating a great start. Rafa, where's my hug, dude? I need one of those Rafa Matos hugs. Unbelievable. What a great start to the season. I know you are chasing this 2023 championship. How does it feel?
It feels great, man. It's been a long off season for us, you know, losing the championship the way it happened last year gave us a lot of time to think about it. Again, the three-dimensional service group team, the best in the paddock. Those guys worked their ass off during the off season to build 5 brand new cars, and today was our day. You know, I didn't think I had enough for Austin. My car was very loose. We made a dramatic change yesterday, and you know, the car was very difficult to drive, but you know, I was committed to get the third win for us. Third win straight. So a very emotional win for me after losing the championship last year, but you know, very happy for the guys, very happy for Doug Peterson. Just want to thank my family, especially my wife and daughter, you know, putting up with me in my bad moods a lot of times, and you know, just very proud of every single person that has been supporting this team, and let's go to NOLA.
Nice. Now, Rafa, as well, I consider you a veteran now in TA2 series. You won championships, and now this growing pool of talents from the young guns of Brent Cruz and Austin Green and Connor Mosack. The field and the talent just gets thicker and thicker. So how are you veterans like Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen going to keep these guys behind you?
Well, we're getting old, but not slow, so that's the thing. So, you know, hats off to the young guns. Those kids, they have a very good future ahead of them, but you know, they have a little bit more to learn.
Now, the off season had to be a little bit rough for you. What was your motivation, knowing what happened at COTA and knowing what you had to do here at Sebring? Is this a little bit redemptive?
For sure, 100%. The day after COTA, I turned the page, and actually the following week I went to Brazil, and I focused 100% on my physical training, on my mental. You know, I wanted to get stronger physically and mentally, and I think I did a okay job, you know, making sure I did a really good mountain bike camp in Brazil, and you know, I felt that I was quite a bit stronger after I came back from Brazil, and results here.
Nice. Well, Austin Green, Connor Mosack, congratulations. Jonathan, I'm going to throw it back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben. And interesting always to have an audience with Rafa Matos, learning how he spent the off-season and how he's kind of gathered himself together after the disappointment, obviously, of last season where he lost by inches, quite literally, because it was a countback. But it had everything. It finished slowly, but it started fast and furious. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of round 1 of TA2 from Sebring. Well, as we got underway, Connor Mosack in the center of your screen there with the white and black led the way. Austin Green, though, making a nice move on Thomas Merrill early on. Darren Mock pushed wide there in the 54. Nathan Hearn showing a little bit of down under shove and thunder, but that was Scott Borchetta that lost out on that. Then a little bit of damage to the car, which brought out a caution. Austin Green picking up where Mosack made a mistake, and then, without a doubt, a fantastic move by Rafa Matos to take the lead away from his young teammate, and that's all it took for Rafa to go back to winning ways. So confirmation of the result then. Three-dimensional services are 1, 2, and 3 in a row for Matos. Great stuff. Green in second place. Connor Mosack third. Brent Cruz fourth. Then Slater, McAvern, Zilich, Goikberg, Merrill, and Mock. Darren Mock in the end, after that coming together, still made the top 10. So well done to him. Further down, in 11th, Lostowski, then Gray. Taylor Gray, one of our newcomers. Good result for him, good points for him, and well done to Nathan Hearn to come back to all the way to 13th position. That's good points in our new point system. Moffitt starts his campaign with 14th. I reckon Grandad will be happy with that. Peterson, Skeen, Prochuk, Sarge, Anderson, and Barry Bowes of Texas in 20th position. And a little further down, Atwell, Andretti, after that spin, finishes 22nd. Ben Mayer, one of the youngsters starting out, he's 23rd. Sheehan, Abate, Sed Jr. 26, Jack Wood, Solowich, Borchetta, and Doug Winston rounding out the top 30. And a little further down, problems for many of the likes of Ty Young, Bruce Raymond, Peter Kloot not finishing the race, Cal Phillips, Sabato, and Ciato finishing out without that cool suit, Archer, Bacon, Oot, and Perron. And then at the back, Gray, Durbin not making the start, in fact, Patrick Paul also going out early, and Luke Rubenberg the same. So that's how it finished in our Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Trans Am Series Race 1 from Sebring. Well, there's no real question mark as to who should or will win the cool shirt move of the race. It has to be the man of the moment, and he, of course, is Rafa Matos. To take the lead of the race, he definitely deserves this. How about this? Coming into turn 7, it's a classic Sebring overtake. Line him up, get behind him, and then just brake as late as you jolly well dare off the race line. And sure enough, through goes Rafa on his teammate Austin Green, who didn't put much of a battle up, of course, but it still was a very good overtake for our cool shirt, cool move of the race. Let's head down to the podium. Ben Sissel will be officiating all the fun and activities. Let's head down there. My thanks once again to Scott Goodyear.
All right, we're starting kind of a new tradition here at Winner's Circle with Trans Am. Let's hear it, crowd. Let's get loud. We got the Motul guys here. Let's see what kind of arms you guys have here with these Motul hats. Oh, we got a snag there. Look at that. Yes, a little product toss. These Power 80s hats. Oh, we need to. Oh, that's a boomerang. Oh, way over there. No. Oh, and I just hit a guy in the face. I'm so sorry about that. Also, we're giving away this Buzz bike here, one of our great sponsors, to our best crowd person so far. Orange shirt's winning. I love it. All right, you guys have got to get a lot louder than that for this beautiful bike and these unbelievable hats. Let's go on now. You've run out. Let's get some more out there. Let's have a hand for Motul, one of our great sponsors, marketing partners, Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Sebring SpeedTour. I know you can get a lot louder than that. There we go. All right, so I'm going to bring up first place. Let's clap these guys off here real quick. Motul, ladies and gentlemen. And a roll of duct tape, partially used. So, first place in our Pro-Am, one of my favorite people in the paddock. Bring back the trades. Let's hear it. First place, Pro-Am, Doug Winston, ladies and gentlemen. I like this area right there. Very good. Doug, step up on that top step.
All right.
What a great race. That's got to mean something to you. Good start to the season.
That was absolutely a great way to start the season. So we're going to go ahead. Maybe we can win Pro-Am this year.
Nice. I love you. Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank the whole crew. Everybody did great this weekend. I want to thank Steve Turner from Bring Back the Trades. Came all the way down here from New Hampshire. Support us. That's what we're here to do, support him. And that's part of our mission here with Bring Back the Trades. So check us out, bringbackthetrades.com.
Bringbackthetrades.com. Doug Winston, first in Pro-Am. Look at that. Oh, and the Pirelli hat. All right, one more time. Doug Winston, first place, Pro-Am. Bring back the trades. Something that I fully believe in. Doug Winston, congratulations. What a great start to the season. Wait, hold on. You want this hat too? Or you want to throw it out? You can throw it out. Who wants his hat? The Sunoco hat. He wants to bring back the trades because he's not bringing back the sports. There we go. Doug Winston, ladies and gentlemen. First in Masters. He has been on this stage with me many times here at Masters at Sebring. Three-dimensional services group, first place Masters. Let's hear it. Doug Peterson. Ooh. Oh, it's shifted. It's now shifted over here, orange shirt. Doug Peterson, jump up on that top step, sir. Look at that. Oh, my goodness, Doug. That had to be fun out there.
Yeah, it was great. You know, in the off-season, I had Dr. Pazza fix 4 herniated discs. Thank you, Dr. Pazza, Naples, Florida. Then I had Dr. Tran do my cataract surgery plus laser. Thank you, Dr. Tran. And then what else? Oh, and then I had prostate surgery 4 weeks ago. So, Dr. Rivera. Thank you, Dr. Rivera.
I love it. So the Masters category is like thanking all your surgeons, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it was a big deal at the time, let me tell you.
So I just talked to Rafa Matos, your teammate. He spent the offseason mountain biking and training, and you're under the knife. Is that right?
Well, I think of him as an employee. Yeah, no, Rafa's a super good guy. We've worked together for a long time.
Nice. Let's hear it. Doug Peterson. Always bringing the funny here. Look at that. TA2 Masters, hard-fought battle out there. What a great day for Three-Dimensional Services Group. Who is about to get loud for the second Doug up here on stage? Let's hear it. Doug Peterson. Say, what a great start to the season for Three-Dimensional Services Group. And way to spend the offseason. That was a constructive offseason, gentlemen. Nice job. All right, TA2 National Championship. This is round 1, so this kind of sets the stage for everything. Leading, in my mind, most of the race. Let's hear it. Third place, Connor Mosak in this Open Eyes Ford Mustang. ScreenYourMachine.org. M1 Race Cars, Franklin Road Apparel Company. Connor, great job out there. One of Connor's friends from last year. We'll see if they're still friends. Second place, Three-Dimensional Services Group. A ton of talent in this guy. Let's hear it, Austin Green. Yeah, I'm liking that, guys. I'm liking that. Even Sam Mayer's dad is cheering for Austin Green. See, look at that camaraderie right there in the paddocks. And then first place, two-time TA2 champion. Let's hear it, Rafa Matos. Woo! I have seen Rafa win many races. I've never seen him as excited to win this one. It's going to be fun to talk to him. Connor, we talk about this a lot, man. I know that one had to be disappointing. Most people would fight for their lives to get on the podium in TA2, and you're probably thinking that you lost the top step. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, just, frustrated at myself. Made a rookie mistake there on the restart and really just beat myself. So, wasn't real happy about the long caution at the end. I wish we had gotten a lap there to at least have a, shot at redemption there. But it wasn't meant to be, so just, happy to be here on the podium with our Open Eyes car. My Scott Legacy Racing guys did a great job all weekend. Obviously, the car was really fast on short runs and qualifying, and then just wish, we had a shot there at the end.
And how's your relationship with Austin Green?
I think it's still intact, so we're good.
Still intact.
Yeah.
Nice, I love it. You agree with that, Austin Green? Relationship with Connor Mosak still intact?
Of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah, he says. The talent that you displayed, man, and Scott Mayer kind of pulled me aside and said, watch this kid, and you showed it today. Nice job.
Well, yeah, thank you. Just the amount of work that everybody at Peterson Racing and Three-Dimensional Services Group does. I mean, hell, we got 2 in the top 3, and Doug won the Masters race. So I'd say overall good day, and yeah, Connor and I are still friends.
Nice.
Yeah, big thanks to everybody at Peterson Racing, Three-Dimensional Services Group, MPI, Sawbelt, Bell Helmets. Without any of them, none of this would be possible.
I love it. Austin Green, get loud for Austin Green. I'm so proud to say that we all as Trans Am fans are going to get to transition to watching Connor Mosak in the Xfinity Series. He's doing a limited series. Let's hear it for Connor Mosak. Make sure you watch him in the Xfinity Series. Love seeing that. And then, Rafa, I'm going to give you the mics and step away because this is the most excited I've ever seen Rafa Matos.
Woo! Yeah, baby. 3 in a row.
Well, after losing the championship last year in the last race on a tiebreaker, it was pretty disappointing for our team. So we had a lot of time to think about it, and the three-dimensional service group team did a fantastic job building 4 brand new race cars, and the cars are very fast. And I'm very proud of every single member of the team, very proud of Doug Peterson. Want to thank every single person that supported us directly and indirectly, and especially my family, especially my wife and daughter, putting up with my bad moods a lot of time, and I'm just a happy camper right now.
I love it. All right, get loud, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now. Connor Mosack, Austin Green, Rafa Matos holding up our beautiful new Jostens trophies. So happy and proud to have Jostens on board with us. Great company, great trophies. I really like this year's trophies. So far for this Buzz bike, this area is kind of winning right here. I'm loving it. Let's hear how loud you guys can get, because there's not much time left. Connor Mosack, Austin Green, Rafa Matos. I'm hearing some Rafa's the man. Yeah, hold on, guys. Now let's see their arm strength. Let's throw out some hats. Let's give away something. Let's see Connor Mosack here. Oh, Connor right at the photographer. Rafa Matos has somebody in mind there. Austin Green's the one to wear it. He wants it. Now, you can take it if you want, but let's see your arm, Austin. Come on. Oh, you got to work on that. All right, your driving's great, but we'll work on that this season. You know, I'll set up a little barrel, and we'll see how close you get. One more time, Connor Mosack, Austin Green, Rafa Matos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are young guns, but they are all of age, right, Austin? Yes, he says yes. Connor Mosack was of age just a few years ago. A little celebration here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. Connor Mosack, Austin Green, Rafa Matos. What a great showing. Doug Peterson, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Awesome job. Unbelievable. Connor, can't wait to watch you on Saturdays, man. Big things coming for this guy. I love it. All right, so Austin Green, you got to step off, because now it's all about Rafa Matos. Is that part of your training regimen, Rafa? Yeah. So. He says he hopes so. Low carb. All right, so our Omo Legato fastest lap, a brand new Omo Legato watch. Hold on, Mac, not you yet. Tony Pirelli is going to present you with this beautiful Omo Legato Trans Am branded timepiece that you too can also buy. I feel like one of those Price is Right spokesmodels right now. So Tony, what a great way to start the season.
It doesn't get better than this. Holy cow, what a show they put on. And to have Richard Petty here to kick it off with, there must be 2,000 people in line. It's incredible. Welcome, fans. Enjoy the day.
All right, let's get video of Tony Pirelli presenting the Omo Legato watch. Fastest lap, Rafa Matos right there. I love it. Man, I love Sebring. Maybe we should just do all our races here. And then Mac Googe, a longtime supporter of Trans Am. So excited to have you back. Columbus, Georgia. All right, Mac, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Mac, here, I'll hold that, Mac. Now here, you tell everybody, you have upped the ante here with your sponsorship. What are we getting here?
Well, we're glad to be back after a 2-year hiatus. We developed a new product for the industrial side. That's doing well, so we decided to come back to Trans Am, where my heart is, and Rafa's one of my favorite guys, so we're going to give away $500 worth of product. They can have a couple shirts or on a system or whatever instead of just doing a shirt. So, Rafa,
thank you.
Proud of you, bro.
Thank you. Nice.
Thank you.
Proud to be wearing cool shirt. What's that? Proud of cool shirt.
He says proud to be wearing cool shirt. Awesome. Look at that. He says saves his life again. We it gets hot out there in these race cars. So one more time, Rafa Matos, ladies and gentlemen, starting it off. Unbelievable. All right. The Buzz Bike giveaway. Somebody told me, it's a terrible idea, that I could just give the bike to anybody I want to in the crowd. And I've been looking out there. I see Boris Head Jr. out there with the fro, with three-dimensional service. So I said, can I get it? And they said, I don't know. So the person that's been consistently the best audience member, maybe it's what he is wearing. Orange shirt, red Motul hat. Get up here, dude. He is the recipient of this beautiful Buzz bike. We'll be doing this more throughout the season, so I know I'm going to get a lot of other angry people, and I like angry people, no big deal. So, what's your name, dude?
Justin.
Do you have a last name?
Hoss.
Nice. All right, here's what I need you to do. Now, is that your lady friend down there taking pictures?
My fiance.
Fiance. Do you want to take pictures? Or you want to come up here and pose with this beautiful Buzz bike with him? Come on, let's hear it for the fiance now. All right, run up here. Come on down. What's her name?
Leah.
Leah, you don't want to come? That's fine. If you don't want to come, oh, you're getting guided over here, Leah. All right, so you're going to win not only this beautiful Buzz bike, but also the charger that goes with it, a cardboard box, and an almost completely used up roll of duct tape.
I'm speechless.
Speechless. Which one are you most excited about?
The bike.
The bike. All right. Let's hear you guys pose here. Look at this man right here, Chris Clark. Beautiful trophies by Jostens. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it for TA2, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at Sebring. We will be back tomorrow, same time, with the Trans Am Series. You guys are awesome. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dude, take it with you. There's a ramp right there.
Well, there you go. A Buzz bike to be won, as well as all the prizes. So high above, Sebring, more action to come. And don't forget, we are with our new partner in television, MAV TV. So you can see all the action from TA2. That's Thursday, March 2nd at 8 p.m. Eastern. And all the action from TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. That's Thursday, March 2nd at 9 p.m. Eastern. So prime time, 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern for all your 1 hour coverage, each of TA2 and TA. All on MAV TV, your home for Trans Am. My thanks to Greenlight Television for putting out these great pictures. We'll be back with more action from Sebring in a moment.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at Hawk
Welcome back to the Speed Tour for 2023. Jonathan Green and Ben Sissel bringing you the action from the iconic Sebring circuit in Central Florida. It's a beautiful day here, and we're expecting a weekend of this kind of weather, which is, I don't know, I'm used to it raining here and it being very humid here in Sebring, but it's sunny and gorgeous, and as you can see, we have a bunch of great international GT cars heading your way. And I know you're going to say, what about the historic cars? We've already had the question. They're coming. They're coming. We're not going to miss out on the coming cars of the historics. And we've got some great ones too to come in action, including Joe Nemechek in action later today, and Travis Engen. All the boys are here, but so's Ben Sissel. Ben, I know you love international GT. Ken Pengler will be up here in a minute, but just a ridiculous field of large numbers for the 10th year anniversary.
Yeah, we're celebrating 10 years. We've got 54 cars that will take the green flag. We just saw Geronimo Guzman, Juan Lopez Santini there in those exhibition Audi R8 LMS GT3. Geronimo's in the Evo, and Geronimo finished second in the last race, but is first on the grid. So we'll see what that's about when Ken comes up here, then Tom Pank. We've got Reg Williams. We've got a lot of different cars, a lot of different people out here. That's the number 67. That's Bob Neopol. There's Dave Tuwati there with TLM out of Miami. He's got the Miami Flair. He had a great race with us here just this morning. You see the fixie wheels on the mirror. He was sporting some beautiful gold fixie wheels at Daytona. And there's the number 88 of Nathan Bird. Nathan Bird is running in just about everything. Last year, he was doing almost all open seaters and some of these Porsche GT3, but he's going to be with us, he said, in Group 10, in International GT, and in SGT with Trans Am.
Wow.
So look
busy,
for Nathan
busy
Bird. Yeah, busy is an understatement. That's Scott Blind. I like that his name is Blind because you can't miss from seeing that car there, that, what do you call that, day glow yellow with the Jester skull there.
That's my drone pilot, Juan Garcia, flying low there for Scott Blind, who isn't by any means. You'd have to be blind to have those colors on all day, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd go blind wearing those colors.
And then we had a lot of fans for Marcos Vento last time. That's Marcos Vento in a 3.8. 2015 Porsche GT3 Cup. So if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, I'm watching the YouTube channel. Rowdy Ruffian is saying, go Audi. And Eich said, just woke me up then when we came back on board. So I love it. I hope you guys are having fun. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? And there's my man right there, Juan Gonzalez and the Mission Foods. Happy Porsche there. It's so great to have Mission Foods here and Juan Gonzalez. And Juan Gonzalez's son is racing with us. He kind of took a 4-year hiatus to give Juan Gonzalez a grandson and is back out there as they come out onto grid on Mission Foods Turn 17. But man, it's been a great day of racing, Jonathan.
Oh yeah, beautiful day. It's hot out there and it's going to be hot inside, but most of them got the cool suits on. Just to explain International GT, if you're not quite familiar with it, but as you can see, as we look at the famous 58 Brummer's Porsche, but it's basically Porsches and Ferraris with a few Audis thrown in. They're kind of known as an exhibition class simply because we've only got, 2 of them at the moment, but we're expecting more. We've had the Lamborghini out there, but it's mainly Stuttgart, as in Porsche, and Maranello, as in Ferrari, for your 2 cup competitions. And then you have different iterations of the Porsche, whether it be a GT4 or whether it be a Cayman, whatever it might be.
Yeah, we've had 3 6s, 3 8s, 4 liters, 4 Improve, which is the 4i. We've had 4 Rs. We've had Audis, McLarens, BMWs, AMG, Mercedes, but most of it is kind of a Porsche Cup and the Maranello Cup with the Ferraris. And so we've got the Mission Foods GT3. That's for the GT3 cars. That's the basically what I call the 911 chassis. And then the Stuttgart, which is the Caymans, which is one of the fastest growing groups in motorsports right now. And the Caymans have those 3.8s and the 4 liters.
Why
just
is
so
that?
much
Is it just
fun.
a price point, or?
I think they're just such badass cars. And the price point is amazing on them. The amount of... They're basically an affordable supercar. And here they are here.
I say price point. It is a Porsche, so we're in rarefied air at that point, but relatively so to, let's say, a 911 GTR.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the bang for the buck racing for a Porsche, that's the way to go. Super reliable, really well balanced, and a lot of great racing in the Stuttgart Cup. And we're going to see a split start with that as our man Tony Garcia is getting some great shots.
Yeah, such is the size of this field. We're having to split them up, which is quite a good idea, because you couldn't really have 54 cars all roaring to turn one. Might be a bit of a mess in the end.
So I'm hearing from Brady Berman. Finally got his name right. He was with us at Daytona. I've been saying Bierman all year. So Brady, wish you were here.
It's Berman.
Yeah, so he's missing us from Virginia. Maybe if we start pronouncing his name right, he'll start coming back to races. So Brady, thanks for joining in the comments.
In my defense, if you put a beer in front of me, I'm going to say beer.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And then we've got Dubhead 666. Hope to see more. The GT3s in the USA. Rowdy Ruffian saying hi. A posse of Porsches. So thanks for joining us. If you have some insight on these cars or drivers, please leave us there. Brady Berman, if you'd like to roast some of these drivers, please leave some comments. And we'll get it going as they come here into the Bridge Hall Bennett Turn 7. There's Juan Gonzalez. You know, my wife makes fun of me because she's like, anytime we're like, where are we going to dinner tonight? I'm like, I don't care. Let's go somewhere Mexican. She's like, you know, there is other food than Mexican, but not in my eyes.
Oh, you could just take your mission chips with you.
I do. I love them, yeah. No, it's awesome. So Brady Berman saying, I got a beer in front of me and I'm back.
Oh, yeah, I tempted that. I just got a question for you. Do you think Mr. Guzman and Mrs. Guzman, when they had their son, they thought, we got an accountant here, so let's call him Geronimo?
I don't know. I love the name, though. Like, as far as like motorsports names, it's got to be one of the best. And then we got Guy Cosmo with the International GT paddock. That's a great name, too. But Geronimo Guzman, and he is a dental surgeon out of West Palm Beach, a very famous dental surgeon.
That frightens me when they say Dr. Geronimo will be with you in a moment. Oh, dear.
But get to know him. He's from Mexico. We had a lot of talking about the 1986 World Cup.
Of course.
With Diego Maradona.
I remember it well. Hand of God.
Yeah, and Go Tequila is a sponsor, and Provident Jewelry. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see. I'd like to see why Geronimo's ahead of Juan Lopez Santini, both with ARC Motorsports. They're teammates together, but let's see what happens here at the green flag. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, Brady Berman, Scott Blind, not blind at all. He'll be coming through the field. Looking forward to another Pank-Hammond battle. So Brady Berman, I love this, adding some little commentary with us in the comments.
I'm all for it. Well, as you can see, the heat haze showing just how warm it is here as this host of Ferraris and Porsches comes to the fore, led by the two Audis. And as you say, Geronimo Guzman and Juan Lopez Santini at the head of the field. The lights go out on the Honda Civic as they come into sunset. But we are about to get a burst of light and energy from all of this field as we get ready to go racing once again at the iconic Sebring circuit. IGT's Race 2, led by the R8s. Listen to that sound as the flag waves and away we go. Race 2 for IGT.
Nathan Bird ducked out to the outside of driver's right, but it looks like Geronimo Guzman, Tom Pank, Steve Hammond side by side there.
Again.
Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, and it looks like Pank might have gotten Hammond. Yeah, actually, Pank got Juan Lopez Santini as well, and Hammond side by side going into turn 3. Jonathan, look at these sights we're getting here.
I know, fantastic overhead shots from the drone, and in a moment we'll see the second group burn into life as they head down the main straight in the back of your shot there. We'll see them in a moment as they come into turn 1, but a great start once again. Here we go. That's 2 by 2 through the first turn.
Look at all the spectators on the new bleachers there at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 3.
I've always wondered why they don't have those there.
Yeah, and it's a perfect place for it. Really great viewing. There's Bob Weiss in there in that orange car. There's Juan Gonzalez's son in that blue checkered car. We're going to have some great racing here at Sebring SpeedTour.
Out of Bridge Hall for the first time they come. The two Audis doing what they did in race 1, pulling away at the front. Guzman out front ahead of Lopez Santini.
Yeah, Juan Lopez ahead of Tom Pank. Tom Pank got by him there at turn 3, but now Tom Pank looks like he's fallen way back. I don't see him anywhere. So we're looking for Tom Pank, and I think the number 42 Ultra Performance Porsche, I still don't see him, and you can't miss him. He's that Dayglow green Porsche as they come through Bishop Bend.
Yeah, Rich Williams got a good start in the 008. As you mentioned, Hammond's up there, Neopol, Tuati in 7th now, Nathan Bird 8th, Scott Blind in 9th, Vento rounding out the top 10 as they come down the long Ullman Straight one more time down towards Sunset.
Now, Irwin is saying, man, bumpy place needs some repave. And Irwin, a lot of people disagree. They love the bumps. You got to hashtag respect the bumps here at Sebring as we watch Stephen Hammond really using that suspension. When they get on this tarmac for Hendricks Airfield when they flew B-17s in World War II, that's what these big blocks are. And look at that, Juan Lopez Santini ducks on the inside.
Whoa, he has his nose cut off. That was good driving. And both of them at it. But yeah, to answer your question, this has been a long debate here at Sebring for, well, over 50 years, 60 years, if you will. It opened in 1950, but it's always been this bumpy. And a lot of people say it would ruin the whole thing if they actually did resurface it completely, because it's got such character because of the bumps.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, they would lose a lot of business because a lot of teams from IndyCar to NASCAR to the IMSA cars will test here and spend so much time testing here because they think if my car can last 8 hours here, it'll easily do 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, Indy were here last week, in fact, testing here before their race at St. Pete next week. So Hamann in 3rd, Williams 4th, Tuati in 5th, Blind up to 6th now, Neopol 7th, Fayand, Gonzalez and Bird, your top 10. Good start from Gonzalez, in fact, in the 81 up to 9th place.
Rowdy Ruffians calling me out for calling out Irwin there for making that. They're fighting over here in the comment section about Sebring, and I think Irwin was doing it in jest. And there is Juan Gonzalez coming through with that Mission Foods, that beautiful bell there, this tower turn. It is really fun to watch these cars just trying to rotate around this. There's 18 different surfaces here that your tires are going to come in contact in just one lap.
The drone really giving us an aspect of how the field spreads out as the race goes on. We're only, what, a lap in, and already this field has massively spread out as they head towards 17.
Uh-oh. Seeing a safety vehicle there, and that's, Mark Matisse. Mark Matisse, one of our fastest drivers from last year. Pass there. Oh, look at that.
Nicely
the Stuttgart
done.
Cup.
That was a good pass too, because it's not a usual place. One of the Ferraris coming out to the outside, taking on the Porsches. Good to see. Into Sunset they come.
Man, International GT not disappointing here at the Sebring SpeedTour. 2 fantastic races. That is a long back straight there.
Yeah, it does seem to go on forever. It's not as long as it seems from this shot, because we pick them up very early. That sign in the background, obviously quite some way, and the heat haze adds to it. But they're down it in, what, 2 or 3 seconds?
Yeah, there's our Colin Cohen there in our Maranello Cup Norwood Auto Italia out of Dallas, Texas area. He's one of the OGs in International GT, so it's great to have Colin Cohen here.
Mark Sandridge currently in 15th position in his GT4R.
I'm getting roasted everywhere in these comments, Jonathan. I love it.
What are they saying?
Oh, Rowdy Ruffians making fun of me for a bad call.
Whoa! Somebody went onto the dust and dirt. You can just see it from the drone there, but recovers well out of the exit of 1. Well, we'll put all those comments to rest now, because we have an adult in the room. Ken Fegler, not really, he's a little. Okay, if we're 12, he's 13.
An age, but I wouldn't say very mature. Okay?
Hey, and I'll say this, look at this. Brady Berman has joined us in the comments watching the race, so
yeah,
that's kind of neat.
Yeah, should have been here, Brady. You know, you had a trophy for you last night. I believe you were second place in 3.8 liter class. We wanted to recognize that, wish you congratulations, and wish you best of luck, and hope we see you back at International GT sometime in the future.
So, questions that arose. Geronimo Guzman, who I thought in the first race finished second behind Juan Lopez, but he started ahead of him. What's happening there?
the way our program works is that qualifying's our best
And look
qualifying
at this, though.
session.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
Juan Lopez Santini ducking inside, ducking outside, all over his teammates' mirrors.
This is great.
So no team orders here, is there?
No, that's it. Having good fun. But the way it goes is qualifying, best qualifying session of the two that we do qualifies you for race 1 and the Enduro. All right, the wild card in the deal is the fastest time from race 1, gives you your grid position for race 2. That's why. So, we just look at it and say, look, if you have a bad race 1, it doesn't ruin your whole weekend. And we're not going back to one qualifying. You only got to get one good lap in, and even if you DNF, that lap counts and puts you in a decent grid position for race 2.
So hard onto the brakes, into the bridge hull Bennett, turn 7, trying to get those cars to rotate. Those Audi R8s are just so well balanced. We've had some questions. How many Audi R8s would it take for you to make a class for these cars?
4.
4. All right, so just 2 more.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ben, we're up.
Yeah, you guys
Team
are ready?
Sissel.
You guys are ready? Yeah, well, as you know, and he may be ready to switch, Tom Pank has 2 of them sitting, and he usually has one sitting in the trailer. So, who knows? We might see Tom join the fray at some point.
And Reg Williams, he kind of comes in and out and does the events that he likes to do, but a really fast driver. Tell everybody about Reg Williams.
Yeah, he joins us. His home track is VIR. And, he goes back to doctoring in his, eye doctoring in his real life. But, quick driver, great job with Goldcrest. We have a number of cars from Goldcrest here prepped, and, really quick, good car, and is usually in the top 5.
All right, so it looks like Juan Lopez Santini still behind Geronimo Guzman, followed by Stephen Hammond, and another great battle between Steve Hammond and Reg Williams. Not sure what happened to Tom Pank there. Tom Pank, for a while, took over Juan Lopez Santini at turn 3, and then we didn't see him anymore.
I wonder if, Tom complained about very high engine temps, oil temps after race 1. As a matter of fact, that's why he eased out just a little bit, which gave the advantage to Stephen Hammond. And I wonder if that problem and that high oil temp really didn't rear its ugly head. So, that could have been. So not a total surprise.
Now, Rowdy Ruffian is saying, hold on, the second is a 2019 Evo. So on my timing and scoring sheet, Geronimo's in a 2015 Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, and Juan Lopez Santini's in a 2016 Audi R8 LMS GT3.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's people on here in the comment section that can clear that up for us.
And, of course, a legitimate question you're going to ask is, what's the difference? And I haven't a freaking clue. All right, I'm a marketing guy.
Thanks for your honesty, Ken.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. I could make it up, which I usually have done, but I won't this time. I'm going to leave it to my technical people.
Yeah, or maybe some people in the comment sections know what that is, but that's for Zitza to decide, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So David Tuwadi there.
There's Leopold.
And Bob Neopol is in a GT4R 2016. Having a great race with David Tuwadi.
Were you asking about Tom Pank earlier?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to him.
He's down in 51st place.
Yeah, he's pulled off. Yeah, he's pulled off. Yeah,
And Mark
he
Matisse
only got a
was
couple
pulled off.
laps in, and he pulled off somewhere along on the track.
Okay, our camera guys, if you're listening, they'd like to see the rear end of these Audis so they can tell what kind of cars they are there.
Yeah.
As we look, Mark Sandrich, another one of our OGs, is back with us in International GT. So cool to see him with Joe Party Vardy and Owen Trinkler.
Never say never. They keep coming back.
And Ken, I know you have a long, extensive history of coming to Sebring. We've had an argument here about you can't smooth out Sebring.
No.
No. Everybody would go crazy if you did
or
that.
repave it and change the character forever.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, the big thing about it, and you know how many teams come here to test, and they test for 24-hour races, and they run 4 on the test because they know if they can withstand a pounding flat out for 4 to 6 hours, we know we're good to go for elsewhere around the world. Because when Derek was in last night, he talked about the character of Sebring, and it has lots of character, and you can't take that away. The track has changed a number of times over the years, configuration-wise. It was almost, at one point, almost 5 miles. At least there's no grass between the track anymore. You used to have to cut the grass and burn it between the two. But it's always interesting. And then the advent for the 12-hour of lights, that changed things pretty dramatically. I did a few drives here before they put lights in, and it is dark as can be out there. And I made the mistake of just following the guy in front of me because I thought he knew where he was going. And next thing you know, I was looking at cows, and and the racetrack was over there. And so we did a little tour and out there, but we did make our way back onto the track and find our way. But it was dark black.
What's the hardest corner? Look at this Bridgehold-Bennett corner. I always think of this as being the toughest, heaviest braking, but also a good overtake. But technically, what's the hardest for you?
I don't know. They're all different. Okay, I think the key to success here, I think everybody will say is, and given the terrain, which is it is like off-road terrain, is 17. You're leading on to the fast part of the racetrack. There's so many bumps and undulations there, and setting up to go into 17 is just absolute critical.
So we're over the halfway point now in this second IGT race. Guzman and Santini continuing to lead, and the exhibition class pulling well ahead of the regulars.
I see Nathan Bird on in the top 10. He's been a busy boy this weekend, driving a number of cars, and a very quick young driver. We have a number of young drivers, here, and we'd like to again congratulate. Speaking of young drivers, second generation, Lucas Pank, who won the championship last year. He hasn't had a good weekend. He's struggled and right out of the box. So it hasn't been stellar. But he went home with a watch last night. So from Detroit Watch Company. So not so bad.
Mark Sandridge there in that Brumos Porsche. Beautiful car. So great to have him back. But you're right, Nathan Bird, Juan Gonzalez were going at it. And now there's James Hammond at the front end of a group here. And that's the great thing about International GT is there's so many different classes, so many people to race with, but with a field of 54 cars, you're always going to find somebody to really go head-to-head with.
Yeah, there should be somebody out there. You were saying, Ben, and I think I know why, you were so excited to see Mark Sandridge back, knowing that we'll be at Mid-Ohio, and he'll actually bring the family out and cook the ribs from Sandridge Foods. And I know I'm excited about that, having those ribs at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, one of the best nights of food that we'll have, so that's so much fun to have him out. And he just brings a great smile to the paddock as he makes a pass there on James Hammond, Stephen Hammond's dad. They laughed at me one time because I kept calling him Stephen Hammond's dad. And as a dad, I know what that's like.
Yeah, well, last night he recognized, he said Stephen Hammond's sponsor is what he called him, okay?
Exactly.
And he promised that once he's done with his medical school stint, that he will be able to pay him back. So he's promised him that. Knowing Stephen, he'll hold true to his promise.
Now, this Stuttgart Cup is blowing up. The original vision of International GT, finally, about 9-10 years later, it's catching on.
Yeah, we had a good run and go of it from 2008 to 2012. The original concept was the Inter Series. Bill Riddell was heavily involved in that, and that's why he came out, and said, let's do the Stuttgart Cup. And that was sponsored by a Chicago auto dealer, Napleton, and it ran its course over 4 years, culminating with a Cayman Daytona 24-hour win. Shane Lewis in that car, who's partnered up here with Bill Riddell. And so, with a Daytona win, it was kind of like, what else could we do? So at that, and it just kind of went on the vine. But, it was in 2008 when we brought that to, Porsche did not want to see the Cayman as a race car. Their race car was a 911, didn't want to know anything about, the Cayman being a race car. But at the time, it was not selling that well, and they were very happy to sell 70 cars, as you can imagine, that were turned into race cars. So quietly, it took note and took feel. And they looked at it, and it's such a great platform. And there's a Porsche series with Caymans now, a number of them, and so it's really a great way to go. A little easier car to drive than the 911 based cars, but still lots of fun.
And speaking of Juan Lopez Santini, Another one of our OGs has joined us in the comments. Rob Blake says, hi, Ken and Ben. Rob Blake, we miss having you out here, but you know that you're doing well when we've got 54 cars on track and we still have drivers at home watching.
That's great. Fantastic. Good to hear from you, Rob. Hope to see you back soon. You know, I'm sure it's not easy for you to sit there as a spectator and watch these guys, especially when there's such good competition throughout the field and knowing that you could be one of them.
But sometimes, you know, with business, this has to take a back seat, so we understand, but just love when they come back and race with us whenever they can.
Yeah, and we've seen that numerous times. Mark Sanders just won. Mark said, I needed to go back as much as his sons and his family take care of the major part of the business. He still needed to be involved and needed to go back. And said, I remember one time during the COVID thing, I said, "How you doing, Mark?" He says, "Great. I'm out on the floor making potato salad." He said, "That's what I'm doing." You know, so. You do what you have to do when you own your own business. That's what the entrepreneurial spirit is about. You know, sometimes there's nothing to say that's not my job.
Well, there is Juan Lopez Santini getting the best of Geronimo Guzman, now leading in that exhibition class of the Audi R8s. As they come into the Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7, trying to get those Porsches to rotate. Here comes Juan Lopez Santini in that Audi, but he's got to be very aware of the fact that there's a great Stuttgart Cup battle happening just ahead of him, and he's probably not going to do anything until he knows that they can see him.
Yeah, certainly throughout sports car racing, that's the challenge, dealing with traffic and playing the chess game, and really that's what it should be. It's not rock'em sock'em robots, it's chess, and it's a thinking man's game of when the opportunity and setting up the opportunity to make a pass. Even if the car is only a few miles per hour slower, the cornering speeds can be very similar, and that's the difficult part.
Great shots of the cars coming down this basically 3/4 of a mile long straightaway into Mission Foods turn 17. And basically it's just a horseshoe that goes all the way around, and if the person will pan over, you'll see a little blue dot under the bridge that was put there by Jim Pace, our good friend Jim Pace, with spray paint for Skippy Barber Racing School, and he says that's the smoothest way around. It's not the best apex, but that's the smoothest way under that bridge, and I've got video of cars basically getting airborne going over those bumps. So as we pan here, look up on the bridge, you're going to see a blue dot, and that is supposed to be the fastest way right there. Perfect.
It is,
There you go. Thank you, camera people. I love it. So that's a little insight there that I probably shouldn't have given away.
Yeah, no, really. Now they'll keep trying it.
So, Rob Blake, let's hear from you. Is this hurting your feelings a little bit, or do you like watching your friend Juan Lopez Santini leading the group here at Sebring International Raceway?
White flag is out. Last lap.
Well, Ken, I got to say, 2 fantastic international GT races here at the Sebring SpeedTour. Huge field of cars. The growth is unbelievable. I know someday we need to be making a documentary on how in the world did you and Bill Riddell and Julie do it, but it's been unbelievable to see and see the growth. And just, I love, it seems like last night at the banquet, nobody are friends. They're all family. It's just a different atmosphere in the international GT paddock that they're fierce competitors, but there's like a family vibe to it.
Yeah, and we've tried to promote that. You hear us say it numerous times, and this isn't for everyone. If it's not, there are people that want, a little more racing with more of an edge. Okay, and that's not us. We have good racing, but I'm not saying we're the edgiest racing, out there. And our goal is that they all go home in one piece, and rubbing ain't racing and all that you hear. But we're very thankful because it does put on a good show, and these guys are driving hard. And there's a couple of drivers here that have said to me, said, I'm just gonna run on the SVRA side this weekend, Ken. He said, because your guys are so fast. He said, they're good drivers. They said nothing wrong. He said, but I'm just gonna take it easy and not enter, but I'll be back. So it's all good. As I said, we look for good drivers. I'm very happy they have professional coaches. They take it seriously. They're trying to.
Let me interrupt you because it looks like we're coming around. Juan Lopez Santini, 2 in a row for him, followed by Geronimo Guzman. But yeah, like Pippa Mann.
Yeah.
You know, she's out there in the paddock coaching. I saw Guy Cosmo in the paddock.
You got Lewis is here.
Owen Trinkler. Shane Lewis. So you've got some huge names out there coaching some of these drivers.
Spencer Pompelli. And while we got a moment, I'd like to thank our new sponsors, Fixie Wheels, who came on last year, is back with us this year. Detroit Watch Company, as I mentioned, really happy to have them. The Renault Group, who's sponsoring and giving away that trip to Sheraton, Costa Rica, for our winners. Fantastic to have them. Plus, Stand 21, the premier safety equipment company in the world. Very happy to have them. And our regulars, Sunoco Race Fuels, Interlaken, Pirelli, Mission Foods, Speedcom Communications, all a great group. And, the good news is, as you know, we've had many of them since the beginning, since 10 years, and they've stayed with us, and we're very happy to have that.
Well, that is awesome. As you see a helicopter fly over, and beautiful days here at Sebring International Raceway. I hope that helicopter was aware of our drone. And here are the results. So Juan Lopez Santini in first, Geronimo Guzman second, Stephen Hammond, another great run for him in battle with Reg Williams, Bob Neopol, David Tuati just letting Stephen Hammond walk all over him today. TLM Racing, followed by Scott Blind in seventh. Juan Fayen doing really well in a Porsche. It seems like he's just wanting to drive a little bit of everything.
Maybe another championship in his future. He won the Maranello Cup in kind of a gimme, so to speak, because a lot of competition there. We'd love to have more Ferraris out here running, but nonetheless, he won the championship fair and square, so now he's in the Mission Foods GT3 Cup and see what he can do.
Yeah, and then Nathan Bird, great showing for Nathan Bird, and then David Harrington rounds it out. So, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for this, but stay tuned because we're going to have Group 10 GT up next at the Sebring SpeedTour. And there we are flying over Sebring International Raceway at the Sebring SpeedTour, and let's hear from some of our great partners and sponsors.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Sebring SpeedTour 2023, live from Sebring International Raceway in Florida. It's a beautiful day here, has been since the early morning, and as we start to head towards dusk, we start to get ready for more action. And we've seen these Audis in action already today, but they're going to get another run because they've been in IGT, but now they're going to move on to SVRA, effectively in a GT category, if that makes sense. Because we have a bunch of GT4s out and GT2s out in this large group that we're calling Group 10 GT as they pre-grid and get ready. So that will include the number 7 of Geronimo Guzman and his pal, there he is, Juan Lopez Santini. And also in this race, Dylan McAvern, interestingly enough, in a Ford Mustang. So Dylan McAvern, obviously a well-known name. He was in the TA2 race, got a top 10 finish in that, and has been a winner here at Sebring back in 2017.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was his dad's Grand Am car.
Okay.
So his dad raced that in the Grand Am series that, kind of joined the American Le Mans series and basically became IMSA.
Now, we were going to get the dulcet tones of Mr. Andretti, but he's had to go and look after his car.
Oh, I see.
Because he is racing, so I gave him permission.
Oh, because we're running, we are running late here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching from SpeedTour TV on YouTube, please leave us a comment. Where are you watching from? Who are you rooting for? And all that good stuff.
What you fancy in this?
Trying to make sense of everything here. I'm in Group 10. That's Jose Chacron. Can't mistake that car there. Jose Chacron from Panama, 2005 Chevrolet Corvette.
And that's the one he ran in Trans Am, yeah?
Yeah, that car before him was Charles Wicht, 2016 Corvette Callaway. There goes Pat Womack, the owner of, the president of WeatherTech. And WeatherTech, the floor mats, the car covers, the cup phone, which is one of my favorites.
Do you think he'll be using the cup phone in his car?
I hope not, but maybe he would for like GPS, or for some telemetry stuff.
Maybe he could be doing a commercial while racing about the stability of the weather phone holder during a bumpy circuit like this.
Yeah, it is fantastic. So this is a crazy mixed group of cars running here. That Brumos Porsche. Let's just go through the field, and first is Geronimo Guzman. Welcome. This is the first SVRA race that we've been able to cover of the day, and I'm so excited. I love these SVRA races, these mixed fields. This is kind of a mixed field of cars, of drivers. So starting up front is Geronimo Guzman, Juan Lopez Santini second, Dylan McAvern third, Mark Sandrich fourth, Bob Neopol fifth, Marcel Fan sixth, Charles Wicht seventh, Jose Chacron 8th, Paul Mortimer 9th, Patrick Womack, like we said, from WeatherTech 10th, Mark Bowden with Fall Line in 11th. Great to see Mark Bowden back in the paddock. Nathan Bird in 12th, Frank Ciappatini 13th in that beautiful 98 Chevrolet Camaro, Mark Sharon in that Boris said monster Weaver Racing Concepts Dodge, Greg Shermer in a Porsche 9912, A.J. Henriksen in his Ford Mustang TA2 car, Scott Borchetta in a 2015 TA2, Alan Cohen in a Mustang Port City Tube car, Randy Walker in a Chevrolet Camaro, Charlie Craig in a Porsche 991, Kaylee Bryson. There's Kaylee Bryson. You've been looking for her. 1968 Chevrolet Corvette. John Snyder in a 2019 Porsche GT3 Cup car. I don't think that's the John Snyder from Dukes of Hazzard, but you never know. Alan Davison with his FPEC Ford Mustang 2022 TA2 car. Jeff Lindstrom in a Ford Mustang GT. Nathan Martin, Porsche 718 Cayman. Bill Erin, Porsche GT3 Cup. Ken Gold, Chevrolet Corvette. Ariel Offgang, 2021 Cayman. Henry Gilbert in the 2016 Chevrolet Corvette. David Roberts, Porsche GT4 2016. Great to have David Roberts back with us from Hawk Performance. Chris Brown, 1973 Dodge Challenger. That's not the Chris Brown. And Matt Jaffe in a 2020 Porsche Cayman. Hopefully Chris Brown doesn't slap around Matt Joffe like Rihanna. Is that out of bounds? Might be out of bounds. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but it's that time of day here with SpeedTour and Sebring. Let's see what we're at here. Jonathan, you don't even want to talk, do you? You don't want to be anywhere near that comment. I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm in a weird mood.
I'm in a mood to tell you about some of the cars out there because most of them are modern, as you can see. But we do have some exceptions. A 1973 Dodge Challenger. Chris Brown, you mentioned him. There's also a 1998 Chevrolet Camaro, which Frank Copatini, how do you say it? Chapatini is driving. And then of the older cars, that's kind of what I'm looking for here. There's a 1968 Bobby Kennedy at the wheel Chevrolet Corvette.
Yeah, and Bobby Kennedy, young driver. He's run with us with Kerry Hitt, actually, in the TA series. He's in this Corvette, really just shows us some talent. I think he's local to Central Florida, but just unbelievable talent in that old Corvette. And Chris Brown, I've been admiring his Dodge Challengers. He's got two of them. One of them looks like the Samposi Dodge Challenger, or the slime green, and another one looks like a Hot Wheels version of the Samposi Dodge Challenger, and I'm not sure which one he's in here in this field.
Well, one thing I'm sure of is the lights are out on the Honda Civic, and we'll be racing. Now, we've seen these two Audis go head-to-head all day today, really. So will we see more of the same, I hope?
I think so. These two teammates going in, number 7, number 8 with ARC Motorsports. Let's see who gets the better of it and can take the inside of turn 1, Jonathan.
I'll tell you what, Dylan McIvern, though, will be in the mood, and he, of course, is a very good racer around Sebring. Here we go then, SpeedTour's Group 10 GT class is underway to a roar. The green flag waves and everybody out in position, moving around Chokron in the middle there. But it is, as expected, the number 48A of Dylan McIvern who hits the front.
Yeah, and Dylan McIvern, lots of power in that Ford Mustang, and then now he can make that car really, really wide. It's going to be quite treacherous as Jose Chacron comes on the inside of one of those Audi R8s. It's not often you get to see these kind of GT1 cars racing against these modern GT cars, so this is a lot of fun to see as we look high above Sebring SpeedTour.
Yep, down towards the Bridge Hall. Bennett turn 7 for the first time by the hotel and under braking. McIvern in the Mustang. Nicely done. And in fact, that's a 1994 Mustang that he is driving. So yeah, definitely older than the Audis behind him, which are one's a 215, an Evo, and the other is a 216 GT3. Don't know what the difference is, but we said answers on a postcard.
Appreciate Dylan McIvern showing up in kind of a petty blue car, you know, the weekend that we have Richard Petty here. But let's see what Geronimo Guzman has for Dylan McIvern as they come up. There's Jose Chacron, who's had really good showings with us in the Trans Am series. Did really well with the Dakota last year, and I fly the Panama flag for Jose Chacron.
Yeah, not too many racing drivers out of Panama, but he is one of what? Several, I mean, probably a handful, I would argue.
Yeah, we had another one in this.
He brought somebody, didn't he?
His name escapes me that was running the Pro-Am series. I
want to say Lopez,
Trans Am.
I don't know.
Well, he was running with Breathless. He was running the Pro-Am series.
That's
so
right.
I'm sure somebody up here will remember that. He ran 5 events with us in 2021 with Breathless Racing.
That's correct. So down the back straight they come into Sunset there. The lights blazing on both the Audis.
Those are pretty cars.
I quite liked it. At first I didn't like the paint scheme, but I'm really warming to it now. I've seen it in race trim for the last couple of races. McIvern starting to build on that lead. His last lap, a 207.6.
I saw Dylan's dad in the paddock, so Dylan's dad is probably loving the fact that his son is out front in that beautiful car. And I really like the look of this Corvette here of Wicht. Charles Wicht in the 2016. Is that right? Yeah, in the Corvette Callaway. 2016 Corvette Callaway, a 10 GT4 class car there.
Yeah, that is a good-looking car. Wicht in 5th position, just ahead of Womack. Sandridge in 7th now. Bowden, another guy that we've talked about over the years in TA. I think SGT class is what the four-line man ran in the 46. And Hendrickson, West Coast man from TA2, I believe.
No, A.J. Hendrickson is from the Chicago area. Has a great, huge stock car collection. It's running Boris said, ECC Motorsports and TA, and he wanted to come out here and run his TA2 car. That's who Adam Andretti used to race with, actually.
Okay.
But how cool is it, this mixed group? And we've got some titans of industry like Pat Womack with WeatherTech out here. We've got a man from Panama coming out here. We've got our teammates, ARC Motorsports. There is Grandma Salads with Mark Sandrich from Medina, Ohio, and that Brumos Porsche, number 58. It's just a beautiful car.
Yeah, I feel very privileged that we have the likes of Jim Farley and Womack out there. You know, talk about talking the talk, walking the walk. I mean, you know, you've got the head of Ford, and you've also got the head of WeatherTech, who are such big investors in racing here in America, and to see them actually pedaling and going about their business and enjoying what they love, and actually sort of, you know, kind of fulfilling what we expect from a company that sells that kind of thing, doing it for real.
And look at this Pat Womack coming up on behind Charles Wicks. You can see with that WeatherTech visor there, and then Frank Ciappatini with a little bit of damage on his left front, smoking the tires.
He is smoking them, and he's just getting rubbing when he's under braking there. That's not a good sign. He might have to come in with that, you know, because it could create a puncture if he's not careful.
Yeah, and you don't want to get a puncture here. He is followed by Mark Sandrich. It looks like Mark Bowden. You can see the smoke coming out there, and he just went by race control, so I'm sure that RC is seeing that. Mark Sandrich, being the driver that he is, probably is aware of what's going on, or he's got his spotter, Owen Trinkler, making him aware, so he's just backing off a little bit, which is the smart thing to do.
Good field of over 25 cars in this one, but as you can see, massively spread out now in this quite eclectic group of Group 10, and we've got a few more group races to show you today, and a full day tomorrow, of course. We start at 9 a.m. with coverage, so join us for that. And we've also got the first 2023 TA race, and funnily enough, Andretti will be in that one. Adam Andretti will be in that one, so he's doing double duty because he's replacing Masood this weekend, out with a sore back. He strained his back, so Masood not flying this weekend.
There's AJ Hendrickson there in that number 79 TA2 car as they came around Hoosier Tire turn 6, now through the turn 7, and now in this back section here, the warehouses, into turn 10.
Yeah, I hadn't even seen, until we got the drone, I hadn't seen those warehouses up until a couple of years ago.
Is that Nathan Bird? That looks like Nathan Bird there, and that number 88. Nathan Bird in the 2015 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup 3.8 liter. He's going to be running that in Group 10.
I was about to say, he's got a busy weekend.
IGT and in the SGT class.
Is it me, or is this a new roundabout they built?
Yeah, it was a gravel roundabout, and they've paved it for the Super Sebring coming up in just a few weeks. Constantly making improvements here to Sebring, and I really love it. So Frank Ciappatini still going strong, and it looks like Mark Bowden got the better of Mark Sandrich there. In the Porsches, here comes AJ Hendrickson with a car from Boris Said. So it's funny, that's his driver's old car just ahead of him there.
And then comes the 79, as you mentioned, of Hendrickson. So that body's still flapping on the all-yellow Corvette, but it looks as though he's going to hang on to it with the 2 laps remaining.
Love the looks of those Brumos Porsches.
I know, it's very distinctive, isn't it?
This is where it's kind of fun to watch the drone. The Porsches should be able to outbrake and outmaneuver Frank Ciappatini through this section. And then once Frank can get hard on the gas here, right underneath this bridge, he should take off and create kind of somewhat of a large gap. And then in the braking at the Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7, that gap's going to close up because those Porsches just have the brakes. So it's just kind of like, see right there, you can see it kind of just, it's like an accordion effect. There's our Hoosier Tires turn 6 as they come into Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7. That's AJ Hendrickson there.
McEvern extending his lead now to just over 1.5 seconds, and Guzman hanging on there, as is Santini, but McEvern's got this one, and he's led right from the get-go.
Yeah, and that is going to upset Juan Lopez Santini and Geronimo Guzman.
They've done a lot of winning already today.
They have, but, you know, they think they should be able to outmaneuver that car, but I don't know if they know the skills of Dylan McIvern. You know, he's a champion in IMSA, Turner
multiple.
Motorsports. Yeah, so he knows how to wheel a car, and he's quite familiar with that car. He races that with us every year at Lime Rock and a few other events, but I believe that was his dad's Grand Am car.
Yeah, and Dylan's been one of those guys that kind of bounced onto the scene a few years ago and started off in Trans Am, but certainly made a name for himself, and then went off to IMSA and has sort of drifted back because he's now back in the series with SLR, and it's good to see him here.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the drivers that I think is in the championship hunt in TA2 this year.
Yeah, I hope so.
But look at that gap that he's put on. I can't tell which one of the Audis that is. So either Geronimo Guzman or Juan Lopez Santini. And they're
I think it's Guzman.
3.
I think it's Guzman. Should be Guzman.
149 of Greg Shermer. And then there's Alan Cohen there.
Yep, I've seen all his movies.
The Port City Tube Mustang.
Just joking. And he's just ahead of Randy Walker. Ariel Wolfgang, what a great name.
Yeah, you're right. That probably is how you say that last name.
Wolfgang, yeah. To be sort of German about it. It's a German name.
Still some spectators there on those new bleachers at turn 3. We've had a lot of spectators here at our Sebring SpeedTour. So thank you for coming out. And if you couldn't come out, thank you for joining us here on this live broadcast.
Yeah, we were talking to the ticketed folk. They were going berserk today, selling tickets like nobody's business. Good deal.
Yeah, Jessie deserves a nap. She's had a lot of people coming through the ticket booth today. And we've got our awards banquet tonight for the 2022 SVRA season. And Richard Petty is hosting the awards banquet. How cool is that?
That is really cool. You know what? They were still queuing up for his autograph just a few moments ago. Man, he's so gracious.
There's Kaylee Bryson.
Yeah, let me talk about her. I met her, and she is doing this race, or doing a bit of SVRA, as well as TA2 this weekend. So she's got Pierce's car in TA2. Woo. She's only 21. She's a dirt girl from Oklahoma. So she's really never really done any track racing up until she did the test in January. So it's great to have her out here, and she's just getting laps, is Kaylee.
And it's great because with Group 10, she can run in TA2, but she can also come out here and run in Group 10. And, you know, the more seat time, the better. But look at this. Right behind is Guzman, right behind Dylan McIvern.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to pull way out, but watch how this Audi sucks up to him in the Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7. So he's got the power coming through Hoosier Tires turn 6 and into turn 7.
But not the brakes.
Now, look at that. He had to be just right back behind him, and now he's in the twisty bit, so now the Audi has the advantage here. I have no idea who's going to take this, Jonathan.
This is good. This is really good. Through the Fangio kink they come. Back towards the end of the circuit. Back park coming up to 13 now. Time running out. Last lap here. And the two Audis are both closing in on the all blue. McIvern leading the race. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Line astern here in the last few corners, Ben.
How cool is that? And you can't get two more different cars. One is just all about power, and the other is like putting the power down in the handling and the balance of a mid-engine car. And let's see what happens. There's no driver aid in that blue car that Dylan McIvern's racing, and there's all kinds of driver's aids in these Audis. So let's see who gets the better of it. If he can hold on to him after turn 16, he should be able to pull a gap enough coming into Mission Foods turn 17
because
to
he's
keep
got
him
that
behind.
long straight. Yeah, he's got the Ullman straight to come, and that's where the muscle really does matter. They'll have the braking coming into Sunset, but it's not heavy braking. He's still holding on. This is good stuff. Here we go.
Now he should be able to make a pretty big gap here. Looks like he got a good exit, and it looks like Juan Lopez Santini wants to overtake Guzman. They might be a little bit more side by side than we're seeing here as they come into Mission Foods 17. But actually, the Audis are closer behind McIvern than. Oh, we've got a red flag.
That's why.
That's what's going on. Yeah, that took them a while to get out. Yeah, so sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That was a big build-up to a red flag. I'm sorry.
Not to worry. I like a bit of drama. Is that a car gone through the... No. I'm trying to work out why that's a red flag. We'll find out. Not to worry. Red flagged at the end there, so they slowed down with about half a lap to go. And
they did exactly what they were supposed to do. Even as crazy as that race was, they were able to see the red flag. These are 3 professional race car drivers, so we really do appreciate that. And how cool is it that our driver saw the red flag before the commentator did up here?
Well, to be fair, it wasn't on our graphic, so I'm not going to, I'm
You're not going to hold me to it?
Nah.
I should be red flagged for that comment earlier. So,
possibly.
Yeah.
Or at least put in the corner for half an hour.
I'll go in timeout. So I'm
Right.
sorry if I offended anybody, but, it is historically accurate. High above here, the Sebring SpeedTour. Beautiful circuit here, Central Florida. Just over those trees is where we get all of our oranges and orange juice.
That's right.
As they come into the pits and just kind of waiting for, they're going to have to take the checkered flag. That is going to have to be the end of the race. We had 1 lap left, and we're running out of time and daylight. So it hasn't been official here yet. But they were coming into their last lap, and we had to show the red flag 2 turns before the last lap. So surely that is considered a checkered.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is game over for that one. We'll take a commercial break here, and we'll be back with more action from Sebring. Join us in a moment. Johnny. Go ahead, Johnny. Sorry, my son packed up, so I'm on my phone now, but I can hear you.
No worries, that's great. I can hear you loud and clear as well. I think that's just a 3 minutes on the grid. Okay, Tony, if you could stand by, we'll come down to you as the drips on top of you. That's 4 minutes. Cool, copy. Okay, we'll have
So, as you can see, cars out and ready to go for our continued coverage of the SpeedTour. Sorry about the delay. We had a bit of an incident, so we had to get everything corrected and barriered and ready to go and made safe. With me, Jonathan Green, Ben Sissel once again, and small grid, but ready to go and go racing as our next SVR group involves that man, Travis Engen.
Small grid of big cars.
There you go.
Like, this is a crazy grid. We've got Group 5A, 7, 9, and 11. Starting in first place is Wayne Jackson in the 2009 Oreca FLM09. Travis Engen in the most winning Audi in history. And that isn't a euphemism. That is the most winning Audi in history, a 2005 Audi R8 LMP.
And it wouldn't be surprising if it won again today.
Yeah. Nathan Bird in an AF01 from 2017. We just saw him in a GT3 Cup car. Adam Lindemann in fourth in a Coyote Corvette. Jacek Muka, one of my favorite drivers, 2006 Swift JMS 016 CP. Bob Neopol in a Riley BMW DP. He's been with us all weekend in International GT. Ben Sinnott, one of our fastest drivers at Group 11 Elan DPO2. Mandeep Patani in a 2015 JDR F1000. Dominic Cantalupo in a Oreca FLM9. Lee Brain is in 11th place in a Group, trying to find this, Group 9 F3 Ralt RT41. Ralph Lamacchia in a Group 11 Mazda Elan DPO2. John Thompson is our first Group 5 in a Lola 9090. Now here comes the drama. Benjamin Myers versus Andrew Myers, two brothers. Group 5. One's in a 2001 Carbier CS2. The other's a 1996 Carbier CS2. Their mom, Dawn Myers, is racing with us. Their uncle is racing with us also, and is their grandfather. So that should be pretty fun. 5 family members here. Kurt Leverton in a Carbier CS2. John F. Boxhorn in a Group 5 Carbier CS2. Glenn Bryant in a 1988 Lola. William Deary in a Shelby Can-Am car. Really cool car designed by Peter Brock. And Peter Brock is here this weekend, and I got to spend some time with him talking about that really cool car. Paul Reed in a Wolf GB08. Thomas LaCosta in a 1978 Lola T492. Jim Kelleher in a March 80A 79 Aero. And Craig Bennett. If Craig Bennett is in the field, let's see if we can keep this shot. Let's see if he's coming through. Expect him to move up through the field. So he should be coming into frame here pretty soon. Let's see. There is that Can-Am Shelby car. Looks like that's the last car in the field. So unfortunately, Craig Bennett is not out there. So we've got Group 11 cars, Group 9 cars, and Group 5 cars. So this should be a pretty exciting race as they come around. As the sun goes down here, the shadows are getting long at the Sebring SpeedTour.
I like that Can-Am Shelby car. That is very cool and very different. I haven't seen that before. Shelby Can-Am from 1990.
Yeah,
GTP3.
Peter Brock designed it with Shelby and was telling me it was originally the Can-Am 2-liter class, but then they put an Oldsmobile IndyCar engine in it, and he says it just screams.
I'll bet. It would.
Yeah.
Lightweight body with a big Indy engine in it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on Speed Tour TV, YouTube, leave us some comments. This is a group that I don't know too much about, so I'm sure you can give us some great insight on these cars or drivers.
Obviously, lights out on the Honda Civic out front, our pace car.
Look at how big that Civic looks.
I know.
So tall with these cars so low slung behind it.
Traffic Engen on the outside in that, as you say, mighty Audi. Should be a good battle at the front, though.
Yeah, but look for Nathan Bird right there in that Group 9 car with a halo. He might have something for him here at the green flag.
Here we go then. This is our Group 5A, 7, 9, and 11. NetJets feature race 1 of 2 over the weekend. And away they go. Travis Engen goes to the inside line for turn 1. And already an overtake for second place. Engen, though, takes the whole shot, takes the lead. And it looks as though Nathan Bird has slotted into second place as they head down towards the Big Machine spiked coolers, turn 3.
I think Wayne Jackson had some problems there. As he came around driver's right at turn 17, he went far right. I think he knew early he had some problems. Not sure if he's gotten those back up and going, but Wayne, thanks for staying out of the way. And unfortunate for him, but hopefully he can get it back and going. Look at those bright lights of that Audi.
Down to the Bridge Hall, right-hander. And Engen has got his mirrors full of the 88 of Bird.
Yeah, and there's Wayne Jackson back at it. So it must have been maybe a shift problem, or maybe he was just going to let his tires come to him and then show everybody what he's got here later.
I'll tell you what, Bird's all over the back of Engen. In fact, overtaking him for the lead early on before the end of the lap. And that was a nicely done maneuver, too, on the inside into the right-hander. And he takes over from Engen at the lead.
It's rare to see Travis Engen pass here, but it is early on. Travis likes to let the tires come to him, so don't give up on Travis just yet. But Nathan Bird has been out here all weekend with us, and he's in a Group 9. That is a 2017 AF01. 9 Boss is the class that he's in.
Yeah. And, yeah, that's a powerful car, too. There's no question about it, that AF01. So here he is in the all-black, being chased by the all-grey Audi. Lights on now. Likewise for third place, Wayne Jackson in the Oreca. Down the Almond Straight into Sunset they come, and it is about to set too. Beautiful evening here at Sebring. As through goes the 09 of Adam Lindemann in the Coyote Corvette.
I like the look of those Coyote Corvettes. We've had a few of those in the years past.
Yep.
Lots of fun. And then right behind him is Jacek Muka, and I think that's Bob Neapol.
He's had a busy day too. He's been out there. Lap 2 then.
Jacek Muka in the 07. And we got a yellow flag there.
Whoa,
Big Machine Vodka
somebody locking up. That was Engen. No, excuse me. That
Jackson.
was Jackson locking up there going into 3. Heavy lockup.
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag there at Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 3. So they come around Hoosier Tire turn 6 from our drone into Bennett Bridge Hall turn 7. Not sure where that yellow flag is.
Might be just a local yellow. It's interesting how the day changes from above. The shadows come in now as we get to the early evening dusk light. And it is a full course caution. We've had a lot of cautions today.
Which is sad because it's been beautiful weather and we've had a great crowd here at the Sebring SpeedTour. But it is the first event of the year for a lot of these drivers. Shaking out some cobwebs. And let's talk about Jacek Muka. I mentioned this last year, but Jacek Muka raced with us at Roebling Road a couple of years ago. He's in that 07 car just ahead of this car. And he came with like a wrist splint on his right hand. And I said, Jacek, what's going on? And he said, it's a pinball injury. And he has a really large pinball collection at his house, and he plays a lot of pinball. So you know you're living right when you can have a pinball injury.
Well, yeah, but it just shows you how intense he's obviously getting. I know when I've ever been any good and I've managed to keep a ball in the air for at least, my quarter's time, and I've gone over that quarter Yeah, suddenly you start getting twitchy.
So you're saying he went full tilt,
yeah,
and not that it was like a repetitive injury like carpal tunnel.
Think so,
you
yeah.
think he went full tilt? Okay.
I think so. Yeah. I don't think he slammed the machine down on the ground or anything like that. No. Jacek Mukcha. It sounds like a Polish name. Jacek.
I'm not sure.
That's definitely Eastern European. Yeah.
Lee Brain there. We race at his track every summer in New Jersey. We had so much fun there last year. Last year he was in a Group 5 car, so it's kind of neat to see him out there in a Group 9 F3 car. Lee Brain in a 1996 Ralt RT41. Make sure you go out to the New Jersey Speed Tour, as there's the Honda to pick up the field. But that's a really fun track. Have you been to New Jersey?
I have, yeah. I've only been for bike racing there with Moto America, but I like the track. I like that little sort of mini leap over at sort of the third turn.
Yeah. That off balance. Yeah, it's a challenging track, and I like all the housing that they have around there.
Yeah, and they've got several different layouts as well that they can use. It's a great facility. So we're behind the safety car here in the second lap of our Group 5, 7, 9, and 11 feature race 1. They'll go out again tomorrow, but this has been slowed down and curtailed. So they've had a rotten time of it. They had a delay before they started, and now they've got another one here as we're under safety.
And this is not working out well for that car in second there. I think Travis, being a smart driver, is going to let his tires come to temperature and have at it. And I think he would have given Nathan Bird a run for his money, but now that the time is running out on him, I'm not sure we're going to get backed up and going here.
I like the lid. Flames on a light blue, very nice.
Best helmet so far. The award goes to the number 14,
John Thompson,
1990 Lola 9090.
I was looking at some of the Trans Am lids. There's a good story on the Trans Am Go Trans Am website about who designed and how they get the logos for their helmets. Some really interesting stories. Rafa Matos celebrating 20 years this year in racing from 92 to 2022.
Hey, guess what? Our friend John Phippen is watching and listening to us. He says hi, Jonathan and Ben.
Tell him he should get out more.
Yeah. John, thank you very much. Wish you were here, John.
There you go. We'll be seeing him at NOLA, I'm sure. A couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, John. Glad you're watching. Glad you're tuning in.
Boy from New York has joined us again. Boy from New York, we missed you over the off season. Welcome back.
There you go.
I've got a lot of people watching. Somebody says pinball injury sounds like a ska band. That's my favorite comment today from Joseph Matuzek.
Hey, that's perfect, yeah. And now live from the Hollywood Bowl, it's pinball injury.
Yeah. That's
with
funny.
their backup singers, the carpool syndrome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to give us some insight while we were on this break, give us some insight on some of these cars or drivers if you have any questions. And now that we know John Phippen is watching, he might be able to offer some insight on some of these cars and drivers as well.
So where are all these Meyers from? We're mired with Myers.
Dawn Meyer is from Milwaukee, and I'm not sure where her sons live now. They are adults. Todd Treffert, Dawn's brother, I believe, lives in Florida, and Bill Treffert goes back and forth from Miami. But five family members down here, and the lights are out, Jonathan, so we might be able to get this thing back up and going. So I'm going to hand it back to you.
All right, well, let's get ready. Let's see if Travis Engen can basically reply in the opening salvo, which will be coming up because the lights on the safety car are out. As we left it, Nathan Bird had the lead. He took a very audacious move to take the lead. As through goes John Thompson in that rather nice lid. But as you can see, the safety car is gone. Therefore, Nathan Bird leads the field. He goes across the strip, and away we go again. Good start, though, by the black and red AF01. Diving into turn one, looking absolutely planted. A perfect slicks and wings car, using the bumps. Got the suspension set up nicely to bounce over them. And already starting to extend that lead as he comes through three.
And you could see there the different surfaces. I was listening to Scott Conway's commentary earlier this morning, and he said there are 18 different surfaces.
Only Scott Conway could come up with a fact like that.
But that your tire patch is going to touch in a lap at Sebring. That's more than any other track that we race. And here comes that Coyote Corvette on the inside of Wayne Jackson there, going into Bridge Hall Bennett turn 7.
La Macchia in the 7 coming through, the 51 of Myers. There's one of the Myers we've been talking about. In Cantalupo, right behind in the number 80's Kelleher. And then the 54. But starting to spread out again, but time running out. We're on the 4th lap now of we expect to be 6. And now Bird pulling away. The gap was 0.7, but he's extending it now.
I was just noticing how well that car rotates around turn 10. That's a difficult turn. That car is really doing well.
Planted, yeah. Good shot that actually. I like that's a nice shot of Sebring.
Number 80, Jim Kelleher. That's a March 80A 79. That looks like a Super V to me. I don't know. Does anybody know what kind of car that is? Is that a Super V? That March 80A 79 Aero? John Phippen could really use your expertise here, buddy.
He's on holiday. Give him a break.
Exactly.
Now, Engen closing on the back straight here. But will there be time? We're going to go on to the 5th lap in a moment. And at the moment, it's Bird, Engen, and Jackson. Wayne Jackson locking up at turn 3 just a couple of laps ago before the break, or before the safety car. Engen stealing a march now on the leader, and looks as though he's retaken the lead as he passed my commentary position. We'll soon find out as we come to the second half of this track. But there we go, and it is the checkered flag. And I just wonder if Engen I think he did, just before the checkered flag, he did get there ahead of Bird, so he used that last corner at Sunset to sunset the leader. Bird 2nd in the end, Lindemann in 3rd. So an interesting finish to that one, despite the fact that we were under safety for so long.
I'm hearing that might be an Atlantic car, maybe. That
yeah, Formula
car that
Atlantic,
I thought looked like a Super V.
So then, the results of the NetJets feature race 1 for groups 5, 7, 9, and 11. Travis Engen just getting it at the last moment there ahead of the AF01 of Nathan Bird. Adam Lindemann in 3rd, Wayne Jackson 4th, Jacek Mucha, love the name, in 5th place. Ben Sinnott in 6th, and Deep Polanyi, excuse my Indian, 7th. Lee Branin in 8th position, Benjamin Myers in 9th, and John Thompson, he of the best lid of the day in that Lola 90 in 10th. So, with more action to come from Sebring, but the sun is beginning to set. We'll take a short break. We'll be back for more of the Speed Tour after this.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
So, we get ready for some more muscle cars now as we go to our last offering from SVRA today. More tomorrow, but it's a good one as we turn our attention now to the mighty stock cars. And we've got a good group of different years and different times
And we've also got some famous names out there, including Front Row Joe. That's the man, Joe Nemechek, still going in his Toyota Tundra from 2005. There it is. And good to see him out there. Then you've got the 38 of Kurt Voigt. All stock cars, remember. Some trucks, of course, but yeah, these are all in their original liveries as well. There's the 2 of Scott Holley. The light car, there's the Bud car, King of Beers. Famous number 8, Shannon Ivey at the wheel this time though. That is followed by the Miller Genuine Draft. You do kind of think about these as John Cloud. But it's actually Jeff Rocker at the wheel. There's the Monte Carlo of the number 29, which will be driven by Samuel Lecomte today. And that's the 2006 Monte Carlo. But we kind of do associate these stock cars with their branding, as is the same today. If you saw the Daytona 500, quite different though. This is when I started watching stock cars back in the mid-90s, early 2000s, started really getting interested in it. And they sure do make a great sound as they head out onto the Sebring track. Cars that go back as far as what, 1993, 2 cars, a Pontiac Grand Prix and a Lumina from 93 of Stephen Papalas. But let's just go through the grid then. And the Honda Civic leading us round with the lights on, but it's Ryan Gemmell in the Dodge Charger, number 22A, that leads this field. Then comes Joe Nemechek in the number 5. In second position, Kurt Voigt in third in the number 38 Ford Fusion. Scott Holley in the number 2. And that is a 2004 Penske Dodge. Shannon Ivey is in the number 8. You saw it a moment ago. That Chevrolet Monte Carlo in all red. Bud Light colors. And then Jeff Rocco behind him in the 2A lines up in 6th position in his Pontiac Grand Prix from 1993. Then comes the 2006 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, 2 Monte Carlos in fact, both from 2006, and that's Samuel Lecomte in 7th place and Claire Schwendeman in 8th position. Corey Cochran in 9th in the number 69, that's a Silverado. And then the Camry of Brian Pritchard in 10th position from 2015. That is followed by a 2013 Ford Fusion in the white, purple, and yellow. That's Scott Dolphy. And then in the yellow and red, the Dodge Charger, Raymond Webb in the number 22. And at the back is the number 99 in 13th position of Stephen Papalas in the Chevrolet from 1993. It's going to be interesting to see how these stock cars deal with the bumps of Sebring. It was interesting, we had someone online earlier talking about why don't they resurface Sebring? Well, it's a good question, but it's not one that anybody who knows Sebring would give you much change for, because frankly, the bumps is what makes Sebring, and it has for many years. And it's also the reason why so much testing is done here, because it is very tough on tires, very tough on suspension, and very tough on mechanical cars and drivers, I may add. But cars will come here and literally do 24 hours of testing here just to see how far they can push a car. And if they can get it around Sebring and keep it going around Sebring, then really it's bulletproof for pretty much anywhere else you can go in America, if anywhere else as well. It really is a tough, tough track. So we're looking down the Almond Straight, the famous Almond Straight, where the airport in the background after that, and here comes the safety car. And in a moment, hopefully, and it will, the lights will go out, which means we are going green this time by for our last race of the day. And This is the SVRA Sebring SpeedTour Group 10 for stock cars. And it's not just cars, we even have some of the stars from the past in Joe Nemechek. It's quite intimidating in that Honda Civic with all that muscle behind you, but here we go. So Ryan Gemmell leading the pack in that Dodge Charger from 2006 around the Sunset Corner to get us underway. Good field, decent size field, heading into the sunshine. Never easy at dusk here at Sebring. Line of vision not good as the green flag waves and away we go, and already that Tundra making good ground on the outside, and looks as though may well have taken the whole shot there. As through goes the number 8 of Shannon Ivey, and that new system of electronic flags both on the dashes and on the outside, helping the marshals do their job and just bringing a little bit more modernity to both SVRA and all of Tony Pirelli's series. And winding up now down towards the Bridge Hall, right-hander at 7. Gemmell has got back into the lead, and somebody locking up there, but do they make it round, I wonder. There's the Home Depot car, the car number 20. Bouncing over the curves. Claire Schwendeman there in that Monte Carlo. The orange and white, very distinctive. And pretty handy indeed. Good start from Joe Nemechek. He hasn't lost a bit of it, has he? Laying down some rubber in the Tundra. Always amazes me how they do the weight distribution on those cars, because you just feel like it would be a really taily car or truck, however you want to describe it, but it looks as though it would be a handful. But the way they set them up and the way they do the weight distribution means that they really can race them very hard indeed and make them actually pretty good race cars. So coming on to the Almond Straight, here they come, the leaders, the birds flying out of the way. This is the first lap, and already building on that lead, Nemechek, and pushing hard. Gemmell still second, but now under pressure himself from Kurt Voigt. Beautiful sound. They were out this morning when I got here, and absolutely fantastic sound they make as they scream by the pit complex. And that was an excellent 2:12.0 from Nemechek. Give himself a 2-second lead already in just a matter of a lap. And we're on to that second lap. The Tundra's gone, isn't it? From above you can see the gap he's built up. It's some 3 or 4 car lengths already as he navigates through the turn 3 complex and under the bridge. Front row Joe, they called him. Still do. And what an honor to have as we look at the stock cars, one of the greatest of all time, Richard Petty here. And for those of you who weren't with us earlier, Richard Petty still on the grounds here at Sebring. And the reason why he was our Grand Marshal, well, one of the reasons, not only is a Hall of Famer, of course, and an icon of the sport, a 7-time NASCAR champion, but Trans Am began here back in 1966. And in fact, Richard Petty, who was the current, at the time, 1966 NASCAR Cup Series champion, raced in Trans Am for a couple of races. He reckoned he made about 6 laps here, that's all. At Sebring anyway. But the reason, the main reason he's here is because his famous 43 is back in action here at Sebring, but in Trans Am today. We're talking about his grandson, Thad Moffitt, who literally is just starting out in his career, and like so many youngsters is using the chance to learn these wonderful Trans Am cars and the road courses of America to get themselves dialed in for their career ahead. And we've seen it with the likes of Mosak and many others, just how useful it can be. As Joe Nemechek back down the Almond Straight again, and I was about to say increasing his lead, but the gap was 2 seconds. We'll see when he comes across the line if he's improved it. 2.1 to be correct.
And it's Holly in second place, Gemmell now third, Lecomte up to fourth place. And in fact, Holly was quicker that last lap and has taken the gap down to a second. So it could be a good race, this, if it continues this way. Holly doing a good job of keeping Nemechek honest. Some other good battles going on throughout as we head on to lap 3. Finally, our first proper look at the 27. And a good battle between Corey Cochran and Brian Pritchard in the 69 and the 88. Samuel Lecomte was the man we were looking at in the number 29. So 3 laps gone, and it's Nemechek, Holly, and Gemmell. Then Lecomte fourth, bit of a gap to him. Rocco Arnold 6th, Ivy 7th, Cochran 8th. Schwindemann in 9th position, and Kurt Voigt rounding out the top 10. Lost a few places. Corey Cochran just going through shot in the Silverado. Nicely painted, beautiful car. Truck, I should say. High above, you can hear the roaring engines. It's absolutely glorious. Perfect way to finish the day here. Clean those ears out with a bit of noise. And just a reminder for those of you watching on the SpeedTour YouTube channel, we'll be back tomorrow, local time, early in the morning, about 9 a.m. And we'll have a full day of SVRA, Trans Am, and action throughout. And if you're here at the track, don't forget Simcraft are here with a couple of displays at the Trans Am hauler. A chance to sit in a Simcraft simulator and experience true motion simulation. And also, just a reminder that if you're a Trans Am fan, you'll be able to catch the highlights of each and every Trans Am on MAV TV this season in the prime time on Thursday, 8 and 9 p.m. We're on the final lap now, and once again, it's Joe Nemechek totally dominating proceedings in the Tundra. And try as they might, Holly did a good job of staying with him, and the gap is still officially only 1.1. Somebody in the dirt there in the background. As we took a look at the M&M car, 38 of Kurt Voigt. Now, they've got Kurt Voigt in 10th position, and so he's dropped from his 3rd position start, so something's gone wrong for Kurt Voigt. We've got a good battle here on, though, for the podium. Here we go. Nemechek's got the lead coming into 7, but it's the battle for 2nd and 3rd we should concern ourselves with. Here we go. It's Holly and Gemmell. Gemmell coming ever closer with a discount tyre Dodge. Speed limit 35, that's a bit out of date. Forget how close it is to the real road. Nemechek, though, just weaving his way through the woods here at Sebring for the last time. Final lap of the race here for the stock cars, feature race 1. They'll be out again tomorrow. And it looks as though Holly's going to hold on. And down towards the final complex here. The Mission Foods complex before the Ullman Straight, and then down towards Sunset for the final time. And here we go, down that back straight then. A quick look in the mirrors from Joe Nemechek, but there's no real need. He's got a good, healthy lead. And he's got to power on in that Tundra to victory. Will Gemmell make one last gasp? I wonder, I doubt it. I think Holly's got this covered. But it is a wide last corner, and there's always a chance of a nip up the inside. But there's the checkered flag. Nemechek wins it from Holly. Gemmell is 3rd, and a close finish also from Lecomte in the 29. He gets up there as well. And yeah, that tightened up nicely at the end. But well done again. Another victory then for Joe Nemechek here in SVRA. So it's been a good day of racing here. Day one of the 2023 season for the Speed Tour. And stay with us. We've got some great racing, including SVRA, Trans Am, Formula 4 Americas, and Formula Regional Americas, the two prestigious single-seater series which begin at NOLA in a couple of weeks' time. We'll also be bringing Trans Am to NOLA before we head to Road Atlanta mid-March. Bit of a break in April, but the tour continues. Let's take a look at the results then. Confirmation in our stock cars. NetJets feature race 1. Joe Nemechek with the Toyota taking the win over Scott Holley in second, and then Ryan Gemmell, Samuel Lecomte, Jeff Rocco, Shannon Ivey, Lee Arnold 7th, Corey Cochran in 8th, Kurt Voigt 9th, and Claire Schwindeman taking 10th position in the Monte Carlo. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then as the sun begins to set here at Sebring. And the action came fast and furious throughout the day, and we finished off nicely with some good stock car racing. And here it is. Away we went from the start, and no joke, Nemechek didn't waste any time in taking the lead ahead of Holley. Gemmell losing out early on, Kurt Voigt going backwards for a while. Some good midfield battles, but it was all the tundra of Nemechek. Also in action, the number 20, Claire Schwindeman, finishing out in the top 10 eventually. Holley would chase him down and got him within a second, and it was a nice close finish in the end, but there was no question marks over the winner. Joe Nemechek does it again in SVRA. So, don't forget, MAV TV, as I mentioned there, we will have all the action, and it's in prime time, 8 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, March 2nd. That's the TA2 series, an hour's worth of muscle car adrenaline action. And that's followed by 9 p.m. at Eastern, just an hour later, for another highlights of the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. And you can put that in your diary. We'll be on MAV TV every Thursday of a race meeting, and our Sebring coverage starts March 2nd. Put it in your driving. That's it for today, though. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to all of our commentators, including Ken Fengler and all those who participated. My thanks to Greenlight Television. Great job, as always. From me, Jonathan Green, until tomorrow, bye-bye for now.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.